clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way. Breaking through.
Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Q, Robert, Jan, Keith. Good morning, Roman Arts. How is everyone feeling this morning?
Feel pretty good.
Good.
How about you?
Yeah, pretty good. Excited for the FOMC meeting minutes today, although it might be kind of meh. It's been kind of meh lately, it seems, every time those minutes come out.
Yeah, what we're looking for there is if there's any, it's kind of like guidance after earnings. So you have your announcement of earnings and revenue, and then they post their guidance later. The meeting minutes is more like guidance to see if there's anything kind of hidden in those details. But the Fed's been pretty, they've been shooting pretty straight. I think the meeting minutes meant more back when we were really wondering if there's going to be cuts and things, and we're just not really in that environment right now. So
Yeah, so that makes sense why it's kind of meh. No reaction. Meh equals no reaction, guys. Translating.
Yeah, that's like my least favorite like red folder. Like I don't even think it's red folder because the market really doesn't move.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a time when it was certainly red folder, but we're not getting red folder reactions right now.
No.
Yeah. Oh, so who would like to go first? Let's take a look at the charts. Barbie
I'll go first.
or Nick? All right, thanks, Nick.
I'm going to talk about my trade from yesterday. So I had a trade once we got off stream yesterday. Let me go. Pretty good setup, but just did not work out. So that was right around in here. Yeah, so we came down lower yesterday, and we came into this inefficiency right here. This gap I was watching. Let's see. So price came in here on the hourly, and the 5-minute chart from there kind of. So these were the highs I was watching. So this is my draw for the morning, but we kept going lower when I was on stream with you guys. But then all of a sudden we did get a nice reaction right here. Like this is what I want to see. This is kind of like what I saw last week on my trade and what I saw in gold. Like very, very clean displacement. So I bought right here. Bought right here, stop here. And I was targeting up to, actually I was a little bit, I was like right around in here. I was targeting up to this high and then previous day high. And then I think this is right when Trump spoke, talking about how, the tariffs go back to the full number on August 1st. It's not going to be no more extensions, basically. And that's what happened. Like we ran lower from there. But yeah, anytime I see these equal highs right here, equal lows, I'm always looking for like my eye just gravitates more to that. So like this was like almost an A+ setup for me, and just did not work out because we were working from this point of interest right here. And then what we ended up seeing was I put in a low, and then eventually it ran higher throughout the day. So I knew I wanted to get here, but looks like I was just a little early. But that goes back to what I was saying yesterday, when the market is kind of giving you this chop, and you're in like, not very good conditions. It's kind of like driving, right? You want to slow down, cut down the risk, which I did, and also be more selective with the setups, which is what I was. I mean, this is, if it would have took like 50 minutes or 30 minutes to get above here, I would have taken this trade. But the fact that it displaced once it made this low in 3 5-minute candles, like this was like perfect clean displacement for me. And, it didn't work out. So, yeah, that's all my trades look the same, just about. So as for this morning, gold, I have no watch on this. The daily chart looks a little, the daily chart just looks a little chopped in here. As for NQ and ES hourly, I can kind of make the case for both sides here. ES, there's got this gap right here on the hourly that price could reject from. And with NQ, it's already kind of gotten above that gap. So I probably lean more bullish, especially since we put in like a swing low and you know, ES looks very nice. Like this hourly looks pretty good. I just don't think I'm gonna be able to get a retracement on the hourly today before hitting previous day high and these relative equal highs up here. So yeah, I'd actually be probably leaning gold shorts down to this low, because I said once we got closed below here, you could target this low down to here now. So that's how you kind of, if this happens, then I'll do this, you know. But yeah, as for indices today, I'm mainly just watching this gap on NQ, and I would like for ES to not disrespect it from respect this gap and go lower for bullish price action, which is what I want, because the daily is showing me that. But yeah, no, if anyone has any questions, that's about all I have in terms of analysis. But yeah, I'll say if you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, Zinrock says no trades for today. What are you thinking, Barbie?
So we're kind of in the same spot we were in yesterday. What I'm kind of noticing though, there was this, if you zoom way in here on the daily, I was watching this doji to kind of see if it was going to be support on the daily, and it kind of is being support on the daily. So I really wanted this retracement down into like really sub 6,200, but at least to 6,200. I don't know if we're going to get it. The market's still trying to run away from it or on us here. I think a lot of that's the VIX. The VIX is, I didn't pull this one up yet. I can pull it up on the other chart if y'all want, but the VIX is just moving lower and lower and lower. So it's basically broken through some support now and is on the other side of that support. So I think that's really keeping the market from being able to make these moves lower. So of course, that's kind of the grand scheme of how I'm looking at the market today. But so I'm really kind of watching the same areas that I was watching yesterday. Yesterday, we opened up a little bit lower, but really just hanging around the same area. And this is I've been calling it, I always call these magnet levels, because sometimes there's levels that it just looks like the market's going to want to revisit and revisit and revisit. And for me, that at least to open the week was 62.85, and we're right back there. So this is just kind of the happy little spot of the market right now. So what could get the market kind of excited to move away? We've got the tariff news. I mean, I think the market's finally at the point now. Why is the market shrugging off all this tariff news? I think the market understands finally, like I was telling people in January and February, that the way that Trump works, this is not an old school finance guy. He's using these as negotiation tactics, and the market is really, really understanding that now, that this isn't the shock and awe news that we had at the beginning of the year. So I think that the market's just still able to push through even when we have that kind of news going on. So that's what I'm seeing on the hourly here. I actually got a piece of this morning too, but the market's just really holding this bullish sentiment with the VIX going down. So that said, this is kind of similar to my plan yesterday, because we didn't have the bullish plan. So really it's kind of the same thing. But as long as we're breaking and holding through this area, this major support zone that I even made darker, I think, when I was streaming later yesterday, because it's important. I think we're getting this test up to 6,300. The next level above 6,300 that I'm watching is, I mean, this is pretty obvious right now because we had the highs from Monday up there. These were, I guess, pre-market, right? There's a pre-market high at 63.15. And then I have the level up there at 63.17. When I have a lot of kind of things like that, I'll leave it just so I know that that's potentially going to be a big profit-taking area. But when we hit this area last time, we were up against a trend line. That trend line has advanced and is farther up now. So there's the potential to start triggering some stops up in here too, especially if we do manage to just drift into this all-time high. And that happens. We do have lower volume right now, but lower volume makes us either chop or drift. And when we drift, we're drifting with the current, and the current currently is bullish. So that's kind of that's what we're seeing out of the gate initially. The kind of big caution that I have on this, and even like getting past 6,300, is the markets, because we have not had a really nice. This is what it's considered a healthy retracement, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, finally the market's crashing," and it's not crashing. It's doing a retracement in a bull market kind of thing. We didn't get very much of that, so it's easier for the market to get exhausted when we're making these little moves. 6,300 is kind of a good spot to get exhausted too. So if we end up chopping and not able to break through that level, I'm still looking at 6,300 to kind of be part of that chop range. So that could be 6,300 back down into 6,280s, something like that. As far as a bearish move, I mean, the bulls are in control. So if it's a bearish move, we're really looking for like a healthy retracement kind of thing. But that's pretty simple right now. We've got to get first through this major area and then just take it level by level. You can see what the market did yesterday. It's just challenging level by level. So that major support that we have below us is 62.66 still. So that would be the first target if we're losing the 62.80s. The major level, if any bear move really starts picking up, and this could be even later in the week too, we still have the 62.50 and then that low at 62.46.25 down there. But again, that's not the mode that the market's just kind of naturally gravitating to right now. So it is a little bit of a trickier day because the market's trying to favor this bullish move and we're extended, but that's also kind of short squeeze conditions. So we'll see if we get anything interesting.
Thank you, Barbie. Yeah, it looks like the NASDAQ might want to break out of yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 22,972. We're pretty close. We'll see what happens. We have 15 minutes before the market is going to open. Chat, what are you guys thinking for the day? Are you thinking bull, bear, or are you sitting on your hands? Type in chat. Let us know. If you're thinking long, type in L. And if you're thinking short, type in S. And if you're sitting on your hands, type in no. Retro is thinking bear. Pinky is bull. J-Buzz is sitting out. Nick is thinking long. Yeah, on the daily, it's really interesting with this. Excuse me. Right here, it looks like a nice bounce. Danny Jones says, I wanted to take out London low, then push high again. Yeah, to get in at a good entry. It looks like it's a mix. Everyone's thinking a mix. All right. So this week's promo, it continues the 50% off any account and any size. And then once you use that using code YouTube, then after that, it is 15% off, and that is unlimited. Very exciting. Use code YouTube to support all the traders on the show, and then also to support our programming. Has anyone made any good trades this morning? Let us know if you passed an eval or made some good trades. Nick, Barbie, you guys haven't made any trades yet, right?
No, I already got in on this long today.
Ooh, show us.
Well, I mean, I don't have anything to show you.
Okay.
I mean, it's already booked up.
Yeah. Tell us like a little bit about the trade, what you were thinking, all of that.
Well, I kind of just took a little scalp. I just seen a little price action scalp on ES earlier.
Okay, like momentum moving, like the buyers.
I mean, if I call a trade momentum or reversal, somebody always tells me I'm wrong and I'm calling it the wrong thing. But yeah, I just traded this quick little I mean, this is a price action trade I like. And like seriously, I don't want to do semantics, but I would call this just like a little lower time frame. I can't get my drawing tool to work today.
I like that price action trade.
I just took like this little break because it was breaking at that level, and what I can't show at the same time is what VIX was doing at the same time. VIX was making the opposite move, and I had an EMA cross on the VIX that I liked, so I just took that for a scalp. So I'm already out of it because we're into that time frame that I don't like to be in trades.
Yeah.
So it's not that exciting. I mean, some trades are more exciting than others. This is not an exciting one. That's why, like, I know some people are like, why don't you share every single trade? It's not that exciting every single time. I try to share the ones that are easy to explain and repeat and that sort of thing.
And it seems like such a big part of trading is not exciting.
Yeah.
Kind of boring, would you say? Like, good trading, I often hear traders say, good trading is boring. Like, if you're constantly on adrenaline, then you might be doing something wrong, is what I've heard a lot of traders talk about.
I don't know why everyone wants to be on an adrenaline rush all day. That's exhausting.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I can't look at these charts all day. Like you have to find your sweet spot. I mean, maybe when you first start off, you're trading the AM session and the PM session. Like you're just kind of figuring out what to do. But once I've kind of found that one time zone I like to trade where it presents enough opportunities per week, per month, like I'm not gonna look at the charts any longer than that. I think that's a mistake a lot of people do. Like the market's always gonna be moving. You know, you have to be the one to step away, right? You know what I mean? So. And there's always going to be another setup. And I feel like so many people have like huge goals and then they condense them into like, you know, you would think they're trying to make 100K in a day when their goal is 100K in a year. Right. So it's important not to do that and just kind of trust that the probabilities will play out over time and, you know, just take it one day at a time.
Yeah, one day at a time. Keith says, being broke make you hungry for knowledge. Yes, if we're not earning, we're learning. So let's set the bounty. What should we set it at, guys? Chat, what do you think? Nick, Barbie?
If my thing is right, we're at 908 right now and 1,000 likes.
Wow, you guys are awesome. Happy Wednesday. Wonderful Wednesday. You guys are all wonderful. Okay, so we do have to set it higher than our current. What should we set it at? 1,300? 1,400? I'm seeing 1,000, but we're already at 1,000. Howie, already at 1,000. Yes, you're right. Foxtune. Let's see. I'm
maybe
seeing
13 and
1,200.
13, 1.3, 1.3.
Yeah. Should we do lucky 13?
Yeah,
1,200 is fair.
Yeah, whatever y'all want to do. I'm cool with whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay. In despair, it says 1,300. Let's do 1,300. Let's set it. All right. 1,300 likes and views. We got this. First bounty is set. Market will open in about 9 minutes. For news today, we just have that FOMC minutes release, right? That is all that I saw on the calendar.
Yeah, I mean, this week is pretty slow. So that's why I already have next week pulled up, is because I want the context of what are we waiting for. So this is what we're waiting for, and this is what we have this week. So it can be quieter, but I'm not one that's going to fall into the camp of there's not volatile news, so I'm not going to trade, because I mean, I get frustrated with this. Half the time we're hearing don't come to the market, it's too volatile, there's too much red folder news, and the other half of the time there's no news, there's no volatility, the market's not going to move. Show up every day and see what happens, right? So just because there's meeting minutes later doesn't mean that we're not going to get a good move this morning. It also doesn't mean that we are. So we just have to see what the market brings us and not overthink what could or could not be coming later. And just know what it is too. FOMC meeting minutes is a red folder because it's Fed, just because right now the meeting minutes are not doing that much. They potentially can. Like, we're not expecting much today, but they can when the Fed's really holding back and not letting us into all of their insight. Of course, right now, Powell's in a political battle, so that's been very out in front of us. But I don't want to say that just because meeting minutes is not a big hot ticket item right now, that it's not going to be next year or in the future. Like, that's why it is. It's Fed news. So Fed news is always red folder. But that really is what it is. It's basically guidance. So that's when we'll hear details. And they don't put all these details out into the when we have FOMC, it's a rate decision. So we're getting that rate, and it doesn't have all of the details in it. So that's what this is. There's algos that are going to be looking in there for some keywords and things, but it's not going to be as hot as it was post-COVID when we were trying to recover the economy from all of that mess. Mr. Smith wants a song. If the market's really, really slow, maybe we can do a song later. Not really, though.
Yeah, I mean, also if you look at the Forex Factory, like he had pulled up, if you click the yellow folder,
yeah, this will. I mean, yeah, definitely. You can go in here and you can look at all of these details, but yeah, even just knowing, like, that's why you're not going to see these details in here. But the way that I look at it is just like it's more like the guidance you get after earnings. If you watch earnings, they come out with the revenue and the earnings numbers, and then they can talk about that. But then the guidance is where they're kind of letting you know what how those numbers are going to impact the future decisions. And there's some of that in meeting minutes sometimes. But right now it's all about Powell's leaving, and we got to have a battle on the way out.
Yeah, no, I was actually just talking about the at 1 o'clock today we had that bond auction. In the past couple months, it's been very, very volatile. You'll have to.
Oh yeah, I don't have the yellow one here.
Yeah, I don't either. Majority of the times, but like if you look at the 1 o'clock,
okay,
that bond auction, that's a huge. The past couple months, we've had some big moves around like 1 o'clock. I remember last month was the same, and on Nasdaq, and and the month before that. So it's people always like wondering, oh man, like what's going on? So remember that 1 o'clock bond option.
That's a good point. So these were not moving the market that much, but it kind of makes sense if FOMC is not being the hot ticket item for big funds to play with, the bonds are. And
yeah, and so, you don't want to be, especially like last month, we had a couple people in our Discord that were in the middle of like they were streaming the PM session, and I popped in, and they would just watch it, and they were in a solid trade, and then all of a sudden we I think we had like a huge dump. And bonds, bonds and indices fell off a cliff, and it was a massive move. I think I'll have to go find it, but yeah, I'm usually not in a trading the PM session, but I think
we did have a surprise a few weeks ago, so that's part of it too. It'll come in like the other data where there's an expectation of where the bond rate is going to be. They don't have it on here, but there is one. And so when we get a surprise, we get a big move.
Right, yeah, it kind of sneaks up on people. I think the last month it was the 30-year that was the one that really moved the market. But I'm interested on the 10-year too.
Well, 30 years tomorrow, so that's good to keep in mind for tomorrow.
Oh, really? Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So watch those news events, guys. At 1 o'clock.
And you can watch the futures on the bonds. So
yeah, ZB1, yeah.
Yeah, and ZN. So I actually think it's kind of interesting to watch those around the auctions because you will see it shoot up or down. And that's one that has an inverse correlation. The bonds have an inverse correlation with the indexes. So bonds go up, index goes down, basically, or vice versa.
Lately, they've been moving with each other, which is
yeah.
Like if
that's
you look
more complicated.
Yeah, no. Well, same with that was a couple of years ago when dollar and NQ.
Yeah, dollar's not been nice to trade with. Have you noticed that dollar keeps correlating with us too?
Yeah, that's it makes it very when you have assets that usually are inversely correlated, starting to correlate, can be a little sketchy for sure.
We had a couple years ago in the Discord, we were just taking inverse trades off of the DXY, which does not work now. But VIX was at 12, and so the dollar was giving us better signals than the VIX.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, dollar really the past year, ever since. Let me pull up dollar real quick. Have it over here.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess.
Yeah, it's
It's not
kind of a
looking
mess.
so hot.
No, ever since I think it was like what, earlier this year. Yeah. Well, this big run up going to last year, this was when everything was like moving with each other, and everyone
Yeah.
was like, what's going on with dollar? Why are, cracking correlation there? Whereas now dollar's just dying. I think it's all the way down since February 2022 lows. So, yeah, not looking too good for dollar. But yeah, let's see. We're about to open here in like 2 minutes. So let's see if you guys have any questions. They want 1.1 and 1.3.
Ooh, this thing is pushing still. We've had a lot. The inventory has been very bought up overnight, so we're net positive for sure. We'll see if that holds. This is kind of crazy because we're really pushing into the hourly's really pushing. The hourly's getting extended again, but we got extended last week and it just kept pushing. So we'll see.
You guys, people were asking, where's Terry? I was talking to some people from MyFundedFutures, and MyFundedFutures is cooking up something absolutely fantastic today. I can't say too much, but I will tell you it's going to be fantastic, and it's going to happen at noon Eastern Standard Time, and it's only going to be for 2 hours, a flash sale. And so everyone stay tuned. We will be announcing that at noon. And it's a fantastic deal. So use code YouTube for that. They're cooking for us. Very exciting. What do you guys think it could be?
I have no idea. I'm still feeling the news about the soon to be 5 accounts and the 50% off sale and everything. So kind of crazy. Been some good news on MyFundedFutures past couple of weeks for sure. Definitely bullish.
Yeah.
All right, we are open. Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, 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 ding. Mr. Smith
Pushing, pushing. Holy cow.
Oh, wow. We definitely took out yesterday's high in that pre-market candle. 23,000 in NASDAQ, over 100 points in the green so far. Did we hit the bounty? Good question. We hit the bounty with the views. What about the likes? Market is pushing. Bulls are in charge. Get out of the way when the bulls are in charge because they will run you over. So with the bounties, we're at about 1,100-ish likes. So we just got to get those likes up, you guys. Smash the like button for us to hit that first bounty.
Whew.
I'm going to show you guys one thing I'm watching. It's a little not like, we don't trade a whole lot, but when we were looking at EU and GU, we have an hourly gap that we are reacting away from, and there's SMT is a big divergence at these highs with EU and GU. So someone could look to go short on EU or GU, like right here. I'll probably lean more. It looks a little bit better on GU. But you're going to need a little bit more confirmation to target down to these lows right here. Pretty solid setup, not too bad. But that's just like me like trying to find a setup, whereas not letting it like come to me. And I can see NQ and ES here just ripping right off the open. So that's always great.
We have Intel's ripping hard. I mean, I meant to say Nvidia.
Nvidia's ripping hard.
Holy crap! Yeah. Here's the hourly. I'll move down to the 5 minute. There's a 5 minute candle on Nvidia right now. We've just broke 160.
Holy smokes!
I was looking at Intel yesterday too. So Intel's related to Nvidia a little bit, but this Nvidia thing has got to be its own news. Here we go. This is what's dragging the NASDAQ up. So that's what I'm saying. Like, even though we're extended, like, I am not willing to short this thing just yet. So The way I've always explained this to the mentees and things in my Discord is you don't want to stand in front of a freight train. So the market is a big freight train. There's billions of dollars in the market. If it's running, you don't get in its way. And that's it's same as trying to catch a falling knife. It's best to let it fall where it's going to fall and then get in. It's just kind of the same thing. Like, I'm not just going to try to blindly short these things. This is a slingshot, right? As a BMO was saying, slingshot mode right now.
It is a slingshot. I think Vala's in the house. Corey, the phone trader's in the house. Pine Tree Trader's in the house. Good morning, you guys. Okay, have we hit? It's incredible. That stock just keeps going. It just doesn't stop. It's such a big part of the NASDAQ.
It's a big part of our portfolios too. Well, at least in my group. Yeah, every time it's dipped under 100, we're like, buy, just buy Nvidia. I don't care what it's at. Just buy Nvidia if it's under 100.
Just close your eyes and buy.
That's what we have done over and over and over. Well, we have one guy whose average is like under $10. So
holy smokes! I wonder if he's retired. That sounds amazing.
He is not. He's a young guy. So that's pretty awesome. The things he can do with the stock market. Let's just put it that way.
That is awesome. So people were asking, what time is the flash sale that we can't quite talk about?
What flash sale? There's a flash
sale? Noon. A flash sale. A flash sale. It will be at noon today, Eastern Standard Time. That is at noon. And of course, we'll be talking about it on the show. So everyone stay tuned. It's very exciting. Luke is always
over
cooking
6,300. So yeah.
What's that, Barbie?
We're over 6,300 on ES. I'm looking to see if this is going to hold. See if we get up into the 63.15 to 17. NASDAQ has that 23,040 level up here. NASDAQ's over 23,000. Like,
I know, I can't believe it. It's incredible. So Todka Gaming asks, what's flash sale, guys? So flash sale basically just means it's like a flash of lightning. It doesn't last very long. It will be only, I believe, about 2 hours. So you have to stay tuned. So you learn about the flash sale and you can go and get a piece of it. You get that flash, SBM says. Oh, market is pushing higher. If anyone got in on that 5-minute orb, it is making some money right now. I think it's kind of hard to buy when we're already up like 130 some points in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy move. I didn't expect it to pop off like this, but
it must be some news.
I like it.
Some news in Nvidia, perhaps.
I mean, I'm watching. There's not like flash news or anything, but I mean, Nvidia will do that. It can have it can just make big moves. There's insiders and things on Nvidia too. You have to remember about that. There's not always going to be something obvious, and there's not something obvious right now, and that's okay. Like, you don't always have to find a why. You can just get in and enjoy it. But
yeah. So this is the daily chart in NASDAQ. 2 trading sessions ago, the high was 23,028, which we are trading above that price. The high before that is 23,062. And the all-time high is 23,102. It would be so wild if we make another new high. This is amazing. Yeah, Barbie, when like random people who aren't traders are like, oh, the market is down so much. Like, you're just like, no, we're at all-time highs.
No, I literally had a family member saying, I gotta call my broker and get out of all this stuff. And I'm like, why would you do that right now? And he's like, you don't know, it's the S&P. And I'm like, I literally trade the S&P all day. What are you talking about? Like,
yeah,
it's fine. I never did find out if he sold or not, but he knew I told him to not to. So I did my part.
You tried. This is the hourly chart. So this is the 8 o'clock candle. It is very decisively green right now. A jolly green giant candle. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I can't buy at these prices right now in this 5-minute, like, I just can't, not yet. Wait and see, maybe for a pullback, maybe down a VWAP. Anything can happen. The whole thing can just reverse, especially in that first 5, 10, 15 minutes. How are we doing on the bounty, you guys? Chat, how are we doing on the bounty? Let's smash that like button. Let's release the first treasure. Market Garden said VWAP is long gone. Yeah.
I think the
VWAP
worst
is
buy
all
in
the
the
way down
Discord should
here.
be at 70% on Nvidia right now, which is incredible. That's from like 6 months ago.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't even that. Was from a couple of months ago. Ooh, we're doing good on that one.
Oh, the likes are going up. Good job, guys. We're only about 100 away from hitting the likes. And I know everyone has social media accounts, so let's share our show and get the viewership up by a few more hundred, and we are there.
Wow, this is a crazy move.
Yeah,
It
I
is
still want
crazy.
60. Can we get 63.15 on ES, please?
63.15.
63.15, please.
Is that a take profit is set there?
Yeah, I've been trailing this, but I got it. I'm
This
feeling
is
good
an
about
incredible
this.
move. Do you want to share your chart, Barbie?
Yeah, I don't have my personal account up right now, but yeah, this is what I'm looking at right now. I mean, y'all don't need to see. You know the levels right here. But S&P wants to borrow $5. What do you need $5 for? But yeah, this is the level that I've been waiting for with all week to see if we can, if we get over 62.85, see if we can get 6,300 and then 63.15, and then I went up there to 63.33 above that. So I am hoping for that. That's what I am here for. So
yeah, it's looking pretty strong right now. You're probably gonna get it for sure.
Hopefully I don't get trailed out, but that always seems to happen when I get really super close, but that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it coming down like 62.97 to 62.92, somewhere in there. But like that's like aggressive.
We just need rocket boosters right now. Let's just rocket booster it up. That's all the market wants to do. I'm not getting my pullback entry, so gotta take the breakout entry sometimes.
Yeah. Speaking of breakout, so the high in the NASDAQ is all-time highs. It's 23,102.50. So we'll see what happens. I might just try and take like 10 points if we break that high.
I'm happy with 63.15. Let's get 63.15.
Let's go.
Oh, Nvidia is the first company to reach $4 trillion market cap.
4 trillion.
4 trillion. That's crazy.
Well, I think Apple was at 3, right? For the long, I think they were the biggest at 3. I remember. That's crazy.
Okay, first, let's see what happens with this third candle. Yeah, Corey, the phone trader, thinks that we could go up and test those highs and potentially reverse.
So
I feel like if we were going to reverse, we would have done it like around like 62.92 to 62.97, not where we're at now. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see how we close within the next 18 minutes on the hourly, but I expect this to reach 63.15 and then previous week high.
I want to put $1 trillion into perspective for a second too. We're talking about 4 trillion on Nvidia. So 1 million seconds, if you're going to quantify this in time, 1 million seconds is, I just did the math on this, 11.6 days. So it's 12 days is 1,000,000 seconds. 1,000,000,000 seconds is almost 32 years. So that's how much bigger a billion is than a million. So instead of 12 days, it's 32 years. And then a trillion is 32,000 years. So that's how much bigger a trillion is than a billion.
Ooh,
That is-
32,000 years.
Yeah, I can't picture a trillion. I can't picture a billion. Like,
Yeah.
that is how massive it is.
I can't either. That's incredible. A lot
Okay,
of
let's
zeros.
go get it. 63.15. Let's go.
Oh yeah, speaking of making monies, Denny Jones made 700 on
Let's
that push
go.
up.
Let's go. This is, if you got any piece of that push, you should be in profit. So
Let's go. Let's go. I think we should reward all the people that have been hanging out with us at the open, watching the show, with like a code drop, even though the views went down. What do you guys think? Because I think like the people who just like popped in real quick, like hoping for a quick code reset, like they kind of went away. And I love that you guys are all here still watching with us and trading with us. Like you guys are the loyal viewers and traders with us. Type in yes, chat, if you think you should be rewarded. I'm seeing yeah. Yes. Carefree Panda says yes, please. Okay, let me see what I can do to do some cooking. I'm learning some lessons from Luke on how to cook. Robert says yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of yeses in there.
Yes. Dee says yes. Umut says yes. Matt says yes. Let's go. Okay, you guys get ready. You never know when it could drop. MyFundedFutures definitely wants to reward all of the loyal viewers and listeners. It could be for a reset.
like with a code? Like a code?
50. Let us know if you got it. Let's go.
And let's go, yes. Thank you very much.
Congrats, Barbie. Making the money.
It's not there yet, but it's so close. It's so close.
Jan got it. Congratulations. Oh, no. Keith got it. Who got it? Denny Jones got it. Ray got it. Let's go. Harvey Specter got it. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Jan did get it.
Oh, Harvey Specter in the chat?
Yeah. Harvey's here.
Where's Mike Ross?
Wow. Look at this. It is just pushing higher. It's really wanting to go to that all-time high. Are we going to get there?
Well, first we got to get 63.15 on ES. Come on.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, we're almost there, Barbie.
We're almost there.
Almost to Barbie's TP. So how did you decide on that as a level for your take profit?
I've been talking about it all week. It's on the higher time frame charts.
Okay.
I just messed something up. That's okay. I'm still in my trade. So yeah, I mean, this has been for my analysis. The prep work is just like absolutely key for me every single day. That's the first thing I do. I probably spend at least 20 minutes every single morning making sure I like my levels and coming up with a plan. I don't know how people trade without that, to be honest. I don't know how you trade without every single morning revisiting your levels and making sure you like them and seeing if they're going to be targets and that sort of thing. So that's what I do. Every single day I go check this level. So that's, that's just part of the process. And I mean, I typed it out this morning in Discord. I told you all about it today. And that's just, that's where I get those levels from, is just looking at the charts. I might have had this one from last week too. I mean, it's not something I saw real quick. This is what I lecture all the time, is doing that prep work ahead of time is what keeps me calm and steady in making these trades. So that's all it is just doing that prep work and identifying the levels.
Thanks,
I
Barbie.
mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
confluence here. You can see I have a few little levels there that I marked, but there were others. But
Mhm.
that's the wonderful thing about now that I'm in a trade, I don't have to worry about was that market profile, volume profile, basic support and resistance, trend line confluence. It doesn't matter. That's a key area that I identified in the market with my prep work that I can now trade.
Thanks, Barbie. Yeah, if people want to go check out Barbie's Discord, bullbarbie.com, you have all of your resources there. And then also, Nick, you have a Discord too. How do people get access to your Discord?
You can just go to my bento on Twitter. I have just a link in my bio, which just says that. I'm gonna show my trade on GU just now. Let me show that.
Simon says no retrace as well. Yeah, it's just gap and go. It's running.
Yeah, so we had a good reaction from this hourly level right here that you could use to play a little bit lower. This gap right here, to me, this looks pretty weak. Pretty weak chart. It looks like a 3 drives pattern to go lower, and called it out like right here. And we got a close below here. Dollar, anticipating to push on dollar too. Me and Barbie just happened to be looking at these charts because we were talking about bonds and dollar and stuff like that. I was like, wow, GE looks pretty good right now.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
That was a good find.
Yeah. Push up there.
That's why the trading community, like being in a community, is so important, is you find things you wouldn't normally find.
Yeah, like I say, I have my charts up. Like I have these pulled up here, but like I'm probably only trading EU and GU like 5 to 10% of the time, but a pretty solid setup here. So we had a good reaction. We had this hourly fair value gap here. I'm gonna mark this off. And then from here, we get that move, right? We get that move up. And get that retest or retracement. And bam. So your stop would have been, well, your entry would have been right here. Stop below this high. Target down to these lows. Down here. So working out pretty well. Yeah, Barbie will invoice me 100%. No doubt she will.
No, I'm like, well, it's so close to my TP. It's driving me crazy right now. It's like missed me by 3 ticks.
Almost there.
So close.
ES is at 63.13. I did see the offer. 14. It's almost there.
Come on. I'm out. Okay.
Great trade, Barbie.
Yeah, good
all right.
stuff.
I'm sorry, Nick. You were making intelligent conversation.
No, you're good. I was done anyways. I was just talking about the GU short. Let me look at indices. Oh wow, yeah, you got above that high. That's crazy work. Well, the one thing usually where I get stopped out the most is, or when I get stopped out is just because I'm a little early. So yesterday, obviously, I was a little early. I was expecting a move like this yesterday in terms of hourly candle expanding, but now that we have that, we can just use that later in the day and tomorrow and the rest of the week for confirmation. So you can just buy, at least my game plan will be buying every pullback into a fair value gap on the hourly and trying to just play these levels up here, these standard deviations. And since we're trading all-time highs, you don't have any other levels to work off of. So, wow, what a freaking push that.
Yeah.
I didn't think it'd do it in one hourly candle, but it did. So.
Is that like a unicorn, Nick? Like when you're waiting for the pullback to go higher?
So no, not necessarily. A unicorn would have been something like on GU I was just talking about. So once price comes into the hourly, that higher time frame retracement sparks a lower time frame reversal on the side of like higher time frame order flow. Order flow for indices is bullish, especially now that we're out of this range, right? So one thing I was doing was having like my alert set this high and this high, or this low, sorry, and just watching to see which side's going to get taken first. If we displace lower here, then I'm just kind of skeptical. But now that we've Looks like we're gonna close above here. I'm gonna be looking for a retracement back into here with a lower time frame reversal, which is like the unicorn to go higher, right? So that's kind of what it is. If I show you GU, that is the setup right there. So all it is really is just a break and retest. Right. So it comes here, breaks lower, retest it, and then there. So kind of all it is. People, the best trade setups though, when you combine that order flow, right, on the side of like when you combine the daily with the hourly with the M5, that's usually when you get your best setups. If you have an hourly level and a daily level, but they're on the opposite side of the market, you're probably going to see price struggle to get there, or you may even get stopped out, right? Yeah, a move like this before FOMC is kind of wild for sure. Remember what I said earlier? Watch bond auctions at 1 o'clock. That was big last month.
Like reactions in the indexes, just based
like
on
at 1 o'clock last month, it was a huge. I think it was a huge dump on bonds and indices.
It was a murder candle.
Which is weird because you don't want to see, usually they're inversely correlated. You don't want to see that, but yeah, that was at 1 o'clock, and I think it was like an hour before FOMC too. Everyone was just kind of thrown off. Like the market didn't want. I remember people were saying the market doesn't want to wait.
Usually they are more quiet, but yeah, usually we kind of know what the auctions are going to be. But yeah, I remember that one now that you mention it.
Yeah, no, so
we call those murder candles. Somebody brought that up in a live stream once. I loved that.
Someone had a question about, someone said, I am trading with my MyFundedFutures evaluation account for the first time today, but when trying to trade gold. Nick, you were telling us yesterday about like how to get the data to be current with gold with MyFundedFutures, right? Like you have to go to billing, and under subscriptions from market data, you just have to individually select the commodities that you want. And it's still free, but it's automatic that we get the indexes, the current information, the data for all the indexes. But if you want to trade the commodities like gold, then you do just log into MyFundedFutures and then click on billing, and then under subscriptions, you'll be able to click subscriptions from market data specifically, and then just click on gold.
Yeah, you have to log out and refresh your screen too. So make sure to do that. Wow, so now like if it's gonna like reverse or retrace, I think it would do it here and retest this hourly level that I have marked off that it inversed. So you can look to plan a trade right around in here to target back up to previous weekly high. So you can plan something.
That is the move now, is to get that retracement. We'll see.
Yeah. So
because like I was looking at, like we've broken through major support now, or it was resistance, now it's support. So we're bowling out.
Yeah, good trade though. That was crazy. I did not expect the hourly candle to do that.
Yeah, I just thought I was doing a stupid little whatever trade, but then it like went.
Yeah, I gotta love it when that happens. Let's see here.
Terry, he's trying to short for the retracement. That's brave.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting. I have a limit order, a market limit order, or market limit, a stop market order in for a buy at 23,105. If we can break and make all new highs, but it's looking like people are taking profits right now. So that would be just for a quick scalp, basically take 10 points if we make all new highs. Yeah, I'm just waiting, sitting on my hands. I'm very tempted to short right now.
63.15 ES was the spot, at least for now.
Yeah, Mr. Smith said, buy high, sell low. Yeah, it's very tempting. And I think if you're scalping for breakouts, breakout traders, that is what breakout traders do. They buy high, they sell higher. They sell low, they sell lower. Like that It's opposite of buying low and selling high.
But a breakout trader is not going to buy a major swing high just because it's there. You know what I mean? So a lot of breakout trades are because there's room to that next swing high yet.
Yes. And I think it depends. Like we don't want to get stuck on semantics. Like someone could be a scalper, right? Like if you're just looking for 10 points, like I know when I look for 10 points, if I'm looking at levels to break out or break down, I'm anticipating stops. Like that is what I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about like a huge leg up from that breakout. So yeah, it just really depends. I think you have to know your game, like what it is that you're looking for. Jan said, if you aren't in a long already, I would sit this one out. Yeah, it is we're already almost at 1% in the NASDAQ.
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just glad we got out of that range since last week, really, like that. I hope we continue to do that on ES. ES is still, even with this hourly candle, I anticipate we move from here, but I want to see it displaced through that 63.15, like a close above on the hourly, not like a wick and then come lower, unless it's going to do a nice little retracement. But yeah, I want this to be the move that sends us higher for the rest of the week. You know, like if I didn't get in down here on this chunk, that's fine. Or like where Barbie got in, I can catch something up to here. You know, Thursday, Friday. So yeah,
I see people talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably about to head out. I'll let you do that, and then I'll go on my thing.
Oh no, you're fine. And I was just saying that like I said, I didn't get an opportunity to get long this morning, but now that I got confirmation, hopefully that we can close above here in the next couple hourly candles, I can use that to target the rest of the week back up to all-time highs and beyond those standard deviation levels that I have marked off up here, 63.77 and 23.451, which is a big move, but we can get there, especially after that consolidation. Usually after consolidation comes expansion, and we had a big consolidation in June, early June, then mid to late June we had a big pop, and we're in the middle of that right now. So that's it. Do it for me today. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Yeah, good luck, good trade there, Barbie.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Nick.
Yep, see you, Terry.
Feel better. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, bye.
I see NASDAQ still trying to go for it, but I saw a lot of people in chat were talking about copper. I don't know. Is there a move still on copper? This is the copper 5-minute. There was definitely a party here, but now we're back below it. Copper has just been torn up. Look at this. Let me go zoom out to like an hourly. So this is kind of the last. We're getting these major down moves. That's what everyone's talking about. So every time we get a move up, we're doing stairs up, elevator down on copper lately. What a weird zoom. Come on, TradingView.
Wow. Mr. Smith said copper hit all-time highs. Yeah,
and well, hit all-time highs and then dumped really hard. Was that all-time high? That wasn't all-time. All-time's April. But yeah, it was hitting some swing highs and has had a very dramatic reaction off of that on the hourly. So now we're kind of down in this consolidation right now. So we'll see if it's going to make another move, like kind of break out of this. I mean, I'm seeing a flag here too. Y'all see this? If it's on the 15-minute, this would be a little bit cleaner, but we've got a little bear flag. This thing never wants to draw these right for me, but y'all can see that. We got a little bit of a bear flag forming on copper there too. There it is on the 15-minute. So we'll see if we get some continuation. I mean, this was the big fun move. If y'all caught that one, good job. But yeah, I saw that one in chat. Meanwhile, NASDAQ is just making an absolute run for it.
It is. We made an all-new high in the NASDAQ, and I did get tagged in. It is just chopping around my entry. So we'll just let it run.
Are you shorting the all-time high? What are you doing?
Oh, God, no. No, I am long. Just for a quick
You
scalp.
long all-time high? Okay.
Yeah. Yep. This is just a quick scalp of the breaking the all-time highs. I'm looking for about 10 points.
Alrighty.
Just a quick scalp. We'll see what happens. Risking about 200 for 200.
So ES, interestingly, is not at all-time highs yet. We got a little bit, 15 points or so. Well, 20 points now since we moved down a little bit, so we'll see. Do I trade hog futures? No, I would have to short those because I'm a good shot. Don't let those hogs get in my way.
So flash sale, you guys, today at noon Eastern Standard Time. Everyone, get ready. It's going to be a good one. My funded futures are cooking. Luke has been cooking for us, and it will be a flash sale for about 2 hours. Yes, Magnus put fire emojis in chat. Any hints about it? It will be a very good one. And
A good one.
In Despair said, any hints about it? I said it would be a very good one. Yeah, so the current promo is 50% off any accounts. Use code YouTube for that. And then after that, it is 15% off unlimited accounts. That is our weekly promo, and likely it will run all month. So anyone making profits right now? Any profits, losses, let us know in chat.
Well, I'm glad I had my 63.15 spot because our high on ES was 63.15 and a quarter. So even if it runs higher today, I'm pretty happy with that exit. That was clean AF.
Bob June said QQ calls. Making money on some calls? Congratulations, Bob. I know, Jan. Rest in peace. Yes, it's 200. It's okay. I got taken out on my stop. It's okay. I'm not going to cry. Pigeon booked $519. Woohoo! Congratulations. Shize is still in the long. Has anyone recently passed an account? J Buzz
I have a
made
magnet
800
down here. Y'all want a different magnet? Do we need a
J
magnet
Buzz
on?
J Buzz made 800 on gold last night. Congratulations. Barbie, you're talking about magnets?
Yeah. Well, I've got the magnet on my chart down here. I was responding to somebody. I lost the comment now, but yeah, just draw magnets and see if price goes to it, right? There used to be I used to like do the thing is like if you rub the mouse on your chart, like that's the level that the market's going to go to. But then I found better things to do with my time and energy. Pine tree passed the starter plus. Sorry.
Congratulations. That is awesome. Yeah, Pine Tree Trader is a friend of the show, and Pine Tree Trader also streams. Any code today? Yes. MyTube asked if there are any codes today, and we did do one earlier, and there will be more throughout the day. So stay tuned. Coop said you just got to blow on the screen for good luck, I'm assuming.
They just want me to make jokes about blowing on things. Y'all
All
can
right.
imagine.
NASDAQ is still pushing. It's around 200 in the green. We've got these pretty green candles. We've only had one red candle since the open, and it's not even like a red. It's like a little doji red. Foxtune asked about the flash sale. Is it going to be announced in Discord or YouTube stream? Yes, I believe
Probably
everywhere.
both. Yeah.
Yeah, everywhere. So on YouTube,
I'll be
on
sharing
the
it.
show,
I'm sure they'll be sharing it here.
yep.
Look on
and
X.
Then on Reddit, yep, X, Instagram.
But you guys know the good codes to use anyway, because you hang out here.
Yes. Code YouTube. Well, Barbie, what do you think? We just sit and wait.
I mean, I got my trade, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Today could end up being quieter. It's kind of that thing where I didn't. I mean, we're still rooting for the Bears a little bit. We want that big pullback, but I just wasn't seeing it with that push over the ES 6285. So here, I think that it's likely that we chop or hit some more stops. But I don't think we triggered. I don't think this move triggered too many stops up to 63.15. I know on ES we hit the all-time high, but because the indexes didn't do it together, we're not getting that big dramatic move. That's why I mean, I've been asked this a bunch. Like, why wouldn't I just watch one of them? Why do I watch both of them? Having that confluence when they're both doing the same thing, that's when I get the big power moves. So, like that little breakout trade that I did earlier, I mean, I took a little price action entry, but the whole idea was that both indexes were kind of making that same move, kind of at the same spot. So it is that frustrates me sometimes when we come up to all-time highs and only one index is ready to play, but it happens sometimes. I think that's what makes this move a little bit trickier and makes chop a little bit more of the likely scenario. But we'll see. I mean, we made a pretty powerful move this morning, and a lot of the powerful moves get checked. And what I mean is like retrace, like, are we cool with this price? Is this a good deal? Are we sure? And so we might see some retracement as the market needs to kind of double check that pricing. I do see VIX bouncing off the 16 level. We're getting really low on VIX again. So that's part of it too. There's a lot of things coming into play that this is kind of a good place for a speed bump. So it doesn't mean that we can't keep pushing through, but it's like there's a big speed bump. Freight train has run into a speed bump.
Yes, the speed bump. It's like when you're driving and you have to slow down. Otherwise, it's going to wreck your car. Someone said, Johnny Jack said, invite Tanya to the stream as guest. Yes, she was on. Fantastic guest, partner of MyFundedFutures. And we would love to have her on again. Yeah, everyone loves Tanya. Do you guys have questions? Ask your questions in chat and we will do our best to answer them. Okay, DH Acquisitions said, I'm a perma bear like Meg said, but if it's time to put a bull hat on, I'm doing exactly that.
That's right. Although I have to ask, if the market over time tends to go up, how can you be a perma bear? Devil's advocate here. Because if we zoom out to any daily chart, the market goes up over time. So are you a perma bear, or you just like playing the drama? Because I know in my Discord, we've got some guys that love those dramatic moves down because they're fast and they're powerful. So it's nice to get in on them. But when the market is bulling out like this, it's those bullish moves that can have the drama too. So I like to play both sides, but I do tend to favor the bullish side, just knowing that the market is bullish overall. I mean, when I started trading and the S&P was at 3,500 or 3,000, it seemed like, well, why didn't I get into SPY at 150? Why didn't I get into SPY at 150? Well, now 350 seems like a really great deal. I mean, my buy is over that right now, my average. So, I mean, the market does always tend to go up.
Johnny Jack asked, before getting your first payout, how many accounts have you blown? I think you're asking like how long has it taken people to get their first payout? Because are you waiting for your working on your first payout, Johnny? I've heard a lot of people ask that question. I think it's different for all traders, right?
I don't think there's a set rule, because some people trade really aggressively and they'll trade 5 of them at once and blow 5 of them at once. And other people take it really, really seriously and treat it like their own money. And there's definitely different pacing. And it can be very much a situation of the tortoise and the hare. And the hare might make a lot of good flash and dash money. But the way I look at this is, I'm not in here for this week or today. I'm in this for the long haul, because I don't want to go work a stressful job that burns me out, and I found a way that I can make day trading not so stressful and burnouty. So I mean, that's the way I look at it, but I don't think there is like a set number or a set average. I think it would be a really wide standard deviation if we did have an average of
Yep.
how many accounts people blow. But that, I mean, that is part of it, and part of it is learning that when they say it's a $50,000 account, but you've got 1,500 to work with, you're not trading $50,000. You're trading 1,500, and that's kind of the first test. Is, do you know what leverage you're working with and how to manage it? And if you don't, like, you're failing the test, right? You have to learn that lesson before you're going to get put into the account so you can withdraw money out of. And that's pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah.
How that
So,
goes.
thank you, Barbie. That makes a lot of sense. That it just varies and it depends on how many accounts, how aggressive you're going for it. I know it took me about 7 months once I was trading props to get my first payout. And a really good friend of mine, it took him 3 years of trading props before getting a payout. So I think it just depends.
And some of us came from trading options. And I think if you come from trading a live account, you value that individual account in a different way than a prop trader does. Because you come into a prop account and it's like, oh, I spent $80 on that or whatever, so that's only worth $80 to me. But coming from options, like I started my first account with 250, which was my startup money. That was the test to see if I could do this or not. And that was very valuable to me because it wasn't just the 250 that I initially invested in that little account. It was the whole idea of, can I do this? And if I had lost that would have told me that I couldn't do it. So I put a very high value on that account, probably even a higher value than it was monetarily. And that really kept me in the game because I was looking at opportunity costs. Like, yeah, this cost me this much, but if I screw this up, the opportunity cost of being able to do this for years and have an income limit there's no limit on the income, right? There's none. There's this break through the sky. So that's the way I was looking at it. Is I didn't want to miss out on that opportunity cost. And you can carry that into prop firms a little bit too, because the opportunity cost of blowing accounts is time, because you have to start over with a new account, and the market may or may not give you good opportunities the first few days that you're trading and need to get that and are really focused on that account. And so that's the way I look at it. I don't want to risk all of that. I don't want to risk not just the money that I'm spending on the account, but the opportunity. And so that's why I trade them a little bit more carefully. I've just never looked at it as, I mean, I probably have a couple times when I got really cheap accounts, but I don't really look at it as just a lotto ticket, because you don't, at the end of the day, you're getting a funded account. You still have to do work with that, and you still have to have a plan with that. It's not like getting a funded account means that you start getting withdrawals right away. You still have to work towards that. And that's what the whole plan is. So it shouldn't be luck getting you to that funded account. It should be strategy and discipline getting you to that funded account so that you can carry those skills in to the withdrawals. It should not be luck. We're not gambling. I know it looks like gambling sometimes. We're not gambling.
It's having the goal is to have some type of statistical edge that's repeatable.
I like what Mangus is bringing up here too, because we've talked about this some. This is something that I'm learning to manage too, is having multiple accounts and not actually trading them all at once. Like my first thought was, oh, I'll get all these accounts and I'll just duplicate all of my trades to all of these accounts. But then if you have a bad day, you lose all of those accounts. So instead, what I'm doing is I'll pick and choose which accounts I'm working on. And they do end up, because as over time, as you add more prop accounts, they have different drawdown that they're allowed. You'll end up with one that has a nice buffer in it, and that's kind of like your main. That's your main meal, and then you've got dessert and appetizer in some other smaller accounts. But you learn to kind of manage multiple of those, so you don't ever completely blow them all and be dead in the water. That's the way I looked at it. Is like, if I don't have an account that I can trade tomorrow, I can't do my job. And if I can't do my job, I can't support my family. Like that's a thought process that I go through all the time. So I always have to have an account that I can trade the next day. That keeps me so disciplined, just knowing like I have to keep this alive because this is my livelihood.
Yeah, a lot of traders will once they hit the daily loss, like let's say it's a few hundred, and then they'll just move on to the next account and keep going that way. And
Who's hitting
like
daily loss? We're hitting daily profit. Let's go.
like Cove on the show was saying how that helps like manage tilt too. Yes, let's go. Daily profits. I love that. So Johnny Jack was talking about going into a trading slump. Barbie, have you ever gone into a trading slump before? And what helped you get
Everybody's
out of
been
it?
into a
if you
trading
have?
slump, but I mean, that's part of it. You always get in slumps. You get in slumps in life too. I mean, you don't wake up every single day in your best mood. That's just life. And sometimes it's just this is a real job. We're dealing with real money and you want real income. So you have to take it seriously. That's why I need to make a video about this one of these days, but I have my A game, my C game, and my B game. My A day is the best days. That's the days that I make 5 figures and it's going to make the whole month. And I don't expect that every day. I don't expect to have my best day every day. So what I've trained for is how I can keep my average day and my shitty days doing a good job. So I want on my average day to be able to turn a profit. And on my bad day, I don't want to be blowing accounts. I don't want to be losing money. I mean, I might lose a little bit, but outside of my plan, I don't want to be losing anything that can make it so I can't do my job and come to work the next day and have accounts to trade. So, I mean, that is just part of it. You can't expect to come into this and say, I'm never going to have a bad day. I'm never going to have a slump. I'm never going to have 2 weeks where I can't make sense of the market and get any trades on or whatever it is. But that's always part of it. And you don't notice so much on the show because I'm here 5 days a week. I usually only trade 4 days a week. Like I kind of need that extra day that I just know that's my weekday when I can focus on other things if I need to. That's when I can schedule appointments and do all sorts of things. And that varies a little bit, but there's just all these different tools that you can use to make sure that when you get into any sort of slump or whatever, that it doesn't take you out of the game.
And if you are taken out of the game and you need to take a break from trading for a while because you need to get your finances back in order, you have bills to pay, like that's okay, right? Like there's so many professional traders who trade full-time now.
I mean,
who've gone through that and they've done DoorDash to pay the bills and like doing whatever they need.
I don't think that you should just quit your job and decide I'm going to be a prop trader one day. The people who are making income at this did not just quit their job. They started making $20 a day, like not every single day, but over time, averaging $20 a day and then bumping it up, but still having that other income. I had other income when I started trading. Having that pressure on you is insane. So you can't just say, okay, I'm going to learn to trade and I'm going to trade and it's going to be fine. So multiple income sources is great. A lot of us traders have multiple income sources. I don't know a lot that don't, honestly, because that's part of the thing. We're sitting here waiting for trades, and meanwhile we can do some other business and take care of some other things. So yeah, hopefully nobody's in the situation where you're I don't have a job, I'm gonna get a prop account and trade. That's too much pressure. Don't do that.
It is a lot of pressure. And it does take time, and there are the slumps. Like even the best of the best, the world's best traders go into slumps. So being prepared for that, it definitely takes the pressure off.
But I don't know if you really like, I don't know if it's just part of the cycle. Like the market moves in cycle, our trading moves in cycle, our lives moves in cycles. Sometimes I have a hard time really calling it a slump. Just if we're in that down part of the cycle, it's like if we have a pullback in a bear market, that doesn't mean that the market's crashing. It doesn't mean that the market's in a slump. It's just having a healthy retracement. And that's part of it. We have that as traders where we have our big days and our smaller days and our days off. We should take days off regularly. And that's all sort of part of it.
Yeah. Mental health. I think mental health is really important. If anyone is in a really bad place, like, don't be afraid to go get professional help, right? Like, nothing is more important than your life. And there's so many things outside of trading. And not only that, you guys, the markets will always be here. It's endless opportunities. And if things aren't working out right now, that's okay. Like, just take a break, right? Like, and if you're feeling super down, very important that you guys hear this. If you're feeling super down for a long period of time, definitely please get professional advice, because there's nothing more important than your life. So just had to say that. We love
I didn't know
all of
we were
you
having
guys.
that issue around here.
We love all of you guys. Yeah, Mr. Smith made a joke and said, what did you say? It was really funny. The only quality I share with the world's best traders is, in fact, the slump. We feel ya, Mr. Smith. All right, market is about 177 points in the green. NASDAQ is trading below the 9 SMA right now. It's just taking a peek below. We might consolidate for a little bit or have a pullback. Is anyone in any shorts? Type in chat if you are. It would be really cool if we get some, like a trading psychologist as a guest on the show. What do you think about trading psychology, Barbie?
I mean, I make videos about it all the time. It's crucial. I talk about it all the time, every day. I mean, we've talked about it here today. That's all part of it. I mean, I bet I don't know how to answer that, because I've been talking about it all day. But like, even the stuff with the A game, B game, C game, that's trading psychology. That's all trading psychology.
There are some traders I've heard that are anti-trading psychology, because they say if you have a strong strategy and you believe in it and you stick to it, that you shouldn't have to like do anything in trading psychology.
So do you mean trading psychology where you have to trick yourself into doing things? Because I don't think you need to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're adults and we're humans, and we have to act like it. And we can't expect the market to hold our hands, or Terry to hold her hands, or Barbie to hold her hands, or anybody to hold her hands. This is an independent venture here. So yeah, we have a community. We have the community here at MyFunded. There's all sorts of different chats you can join, and that's really important. But you can't say you're trading without psychology, because psychology is your brain, and we're using our brains to trade. I guess I don't understand the question. Like, how can you not have psychology if you have a brain?
That makes sense. No, for real though. Some traders are like, what? Trading
I don't know
psychology?
what I've never seen that. I've never seen anybody that says there's no such thing as trading psychology. I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
I've referred
I
so many
have.
people to Mark Douglas. It's like,
Yeah, it is very important, and we do talk about it every day. Net Baba just asked, what time is the flash sale? It will be at noon Eastern Standard Time, and we will be talking about it on the show. But it's very exciting. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up that MyFundedFutures, they're cooking up something really great for us, and it will be announced at noon Eastern Standard Time. Mr. Smith said, my brain is in like new condition, nearly unused for decades. John Jack said, Jared Tendler and Tom Hogarth are the best guests for psychologists. Yeah, Jared Tenderler, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. He was a clinical counselor, so that is his background. And then I believe he worked with a bunch of athletes before working with traders.
No, ICT 2022 is probably not enough to trade profitably, because he doesn't use it to trade profitably. It look like strawberry wine. All right, I'll take it. Oh yeah, poker. I think I say that trading isn't gambling. I don't believe that trading is gambling because I'm coming here with a plan and I have places to enter and exit. But I can see how somebody who works with poker players would also be good with traders because we are dealing with money and we have issues with money. I guarantee you, mommy or daddy at some point told you that's too expensive. We can't have that, or that's too much for us. We're not good enough for that. And those are the kind of things that we have in the back of our head that we have to deal with, like it or not. They're there. So, I can see that. The best strat in the world is we wop, we wop, we wop, you wop, we all wop.
Denny Jones, are you still short? I think Denny Jones said that he was short. Any shorts?
Corey, the phone trader's short too. Hopefully y'all are printing
Some money. This is
Ash Reynolds. I don't like anybody in the financial sphere who tells you that everyone else is shit and you shouldn't listen to them and that they have the only trading strategy that's profitable, but you have to use their special language and not the language that came before them. But I don't have a problem with people who trade ICT successfully. I just have a problem with people misrepresenting themselves and saying that they're something they're not, which is what crazy old Mike does. Like he's been called out. He digs his feet into lies, which I don't understand. We do have traders here that trade, ICT concepts, but they're borrowed from other things. So I'm not going to say that the concepts don't work, but they were trading strategies and market profile and all sorts of things before they were concepts. So don't listen to anyone who tells you that everyone else is crazy like that in trading or life or anything else. There's usually a common denominator there.
Renee Blue says, Barbie, you're so cool. I've been following you since I started trading.
Well, thanks, Renee.
Voltron says, yes, I agree with Barbie.
I'm waiting for that wager. Like, why didn't he come trade with us? Let's see it live, like actually live in a real account. I have it on good authority that we can get him an account to trade.
Yes, Matt did put that out there on X. Matt, our CEO of MyFundedFutures.
The challenge is out there.
Well, great trade today, Barbie. I take it you're probably done for the day with those great trades this morning. Oh, what are you thinking for the rest of the day?
Well, yeah, the bullish thing kind of played out. Well, bullish, we could potentially be getting into the chop thing here too. So we could look and see if we get a bounce. If we start putting in a range, that's what I'll be looking for. We could kind of put in a range here in the upper 6280s. I would want it to hold above this 85 level though. So if we start trading back below it, that's going to be super choppy, or into the 6285, like below that, it's going to get probably super choppy. But if we come down here and get a bounce, then we can end up with a range. And I know some of y'all played that range yesterday. We were having some fun with it a little bit, but oh yeah, you can see where I was messing with it on my stream a little bit. But I can't make this make sense right now. Y'all get the idea. If we get a range forming in here, we got this. That's what I was trying to show you. I just scrolled back too far. We ended up with a nice little range forming yesterday that we were able to take. I bought this multiple times. I don't remember if I sold this or not up here, but we were just looking for this range. So we might end up in that sort of situation where we have a range that we can look at today as well. So I'll be watching for that if I take another trade. May not, may just go enjoy my life. That's one of my favorite things about trading, is that's an option.
Yes, and to have that flexibility and freedom. Quick before we go, we have some people that passed some accounts while we were trading. Simon Rowdy just hit all TPs. Congratulations. And Denny Jones, I think, was it Denny Jones? Yep. You passed your pogo. We did run a promo a few weeks ago where if you bought an eval starter plus and expert account, you'd get a free eval once you pass that, and you just passed your pogo. Awesome job. Awesome job, guys. Well, this was a great show this morning. Thanks for showing us some awesome wins, Barbie. And we hope you get to enjoy the rest of the day. I'm kind of hoping that for you, just to like go enjoy the rest of the day. Have a great time.
That's usually what I do, to be honest. I don't like to sit here all day. That's the whole reason we trade, right? It's for freedom. So why are we
Yes.
going to sit here and drive ourselves crazy all day?
Yes. All right. Well, we will see you tomorrow, Barbie, and chat. We'll see you tomorrow too. Let's welcome Ash to the show.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good today. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, can you believe it? We hit another all-time high.
The Bulls are still in control.
They are so in control. Oh my gosh, the push at the open. I don't know if you saw it like live. It just took off.
Yeah, that was quite the incredible move. I'm definitely going to talk about it because I want to point to some certain stuff, but what a move. I mean, it ran right to new all-time highs, and now it's back inside the range, but over 100-point move right off the open there. It's incredible.
Incredible. Exactly. There were some traders in chat that were like, be patient, sitting on their hands and saying that it's like learning from you, that the things that you're teaching with like patience and waiting for really good setups, it's sinking in is what I hear on the streets.
I love to hear it. Try to speak all of my psychology into existence. So I'm quite literally speaking from the heart. So if anybody else is able to find some value from it, this is just talking to myself in real time here. That's the whole purpose for why I'm doing this, is that we get to learn and work every single day, and everything gets recorded. So I get to go back at another point in time to learn from it myself. So very good to hear.
Ash. Yeah, Bags. It looks like Bags blew your account. That is a bummer. Maybe you guys can talk about that with Ash later. But I gotta run. It's so good to see you, Ash. Chat is great to see everyone, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
All righty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? What a morning. What an incredible morning. The Bulls remain in control. Phenomenal. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. I hope everybody's week is going well. Just going to take some time to welcome everybody to my segment, see how the community is doing. See a lot of familiar faces, so I hope everybody's week is going well. Very excited to get back on here with you, chat. Another day to continue to keep gaining data, gaining conviction through experience. Let's just keep showing up, keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. Give our undivided attention to our business and take 1%, get 1% better every single day. Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Hope everybody's week is going well. Just take some time to say hello to everybody, and then we'll get into the information here. Let's see how chat is doing today. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade today. See how chat is doing before we get into any information. The Bulls remain in control this morning. What a move at New York Open there. Incredible move on NQ to new all-time highs. Absolutely gorgeous. See how chat is doing. Hey, good morning, Fixer. Good morning, Fox Tune. Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Roberto. Hello, John. Good morning, Mason. Good morning, Market Garden. Hello, hello, hello. I appreciate all the comments, chat. It's very nice to see you all. Very excited to get back on here, continue to gain more conviction in our business. Hope everybody's week is going well. Let's see, we have some ones and some twos, so pretty 50-50 so far. Abhishek, good morning. Sorry if I say that incorrectly. Please let me know if I pronounce it wrong. Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Hugo. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's day is going well. Some more twos now. Some more twos. Some more threes. So for any of the twos, anybody that's red on the day, were you shorting? That's my next question. What were you guys taking today? Were you guys long or short? I'm going to go over my analysis and talk about the position I was looking at. That way you could see the logic and all the decision making I made this morning. Just taking some time to welcome everybody into my segment and see how the chat is doing so far. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Made $900 on the funded account and passed an expert account. Let's go, Denny. Congratulations. Very good job. Very, very good job. The Bulls are toast now. We'll see. We'll see. Everybody probably thought the Bulls were toast to start the week as well. And now we're making new all-time highs again. So we'll see. Good morning, Lewis. Hope your day is going well. No luck, pure skill. Good morning. How are you today? Hope everybody's day is going well. DH acquisition. Very nice to see you again. Hope your day is going well. Utero, good morning or good day. Hope your day is going well. Mr. Testbot, nice to see you. Good morning. Just passed a funded account. Very good job, Corey, the phone trader. Congratulations. Huge W. Very good job. Johnny Jack, good morning. Hope your day is going well. Q Mendez, hello. How are you today? Hello, hello, hello. I meant the Bulls are toast for today's session, not overall. Yeah, I agree with that part. Emma, good morning. How are you today? Magnus, hello. How are you today? Good morning, Summit. Hello, hello, hello. Appreciate all the comments. Just wanted to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment. Let's start to go over the information now. I'll point to the information that I was looking at on my live stream along with my communities. You can see that it's already here because this is quite literally the documentation that I had for today. We spoke about this yesterday as well. So now let's start to go over my information. I'll give a top-down analysis. That way you can understand the logic to my decision making. It's quite repetitive for me. Whether you guys find that entertaining or not, it's the same thing for me every single day. That's what day trading is. You got to find an edge that is repeatable so that you can build the muscle memory to execute that over time. And it's the same thing that I've been doing with you all here every single day, every single week. Going into the day, I'm looking to create a game plan. I need to understand when I'm looking to execute. I need to understand what I'm looking to execute. I need to understand the model that gets me to execute. So my game plan every single day starts with time. Time is my most important element. That's when I get over on the economic calendar. I take a look to see if there's any red folders. If anybody took a look at the economic calendar today, they would know that there's a 2 p.m. red folder. It's FOMC meeting minutes. Please understand that FOMC meeting minutes is completely different than FOMC press conference, than a federal rate decision. Okay? FOMC statement, that is completely different than FOMC minutes meeting. Okay? FOMC press conference, FOMC statement, that's going to have higher volatility than the news driver that's today. So today is the meeting minutes. Okay? There's a difference between the two FOMCs. I need everybody to understand that. Then, along with the red folders, New York Open, right? I like to look at the opening times. The opening times, whether it's Asia, London, or New York, in my opinion, the opening times have an importance. Okay, so 9:30 open is also an important time. This is me developing my game plan This is what I do every single day before the market opens, and I'm doing it again here with everybody so you can see the top-down analysis, so that you can see the process that I take every single day heading into market open. Time is the first thing I look to understand. Then bias or draw on liquidity is the second most important element in my system. Today I was bullish, and here's the reason why. Okay. On the daily chart, I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Bullish FEGs and swing lows are locations for a bullish bias. Swing highs and bearish FEGs are locations for a bearish bias. So it was very clear here for me to have a bullish bias because price was currently at a daily bullish FEG. Okay. I was even bullish yesterday as well for the same exact reason. Maybe I was just a day too early because the bulls showed up today, not yesterday. Now, on top of being bullish, then we also want to see equal highs or equal lows, a very clear draw on liquidity. And now if we go over to NQ, there was a very clear trend line that we were able to use as a draw on liquidity. Okay, so let's just back it up. That way you can see what it looked like before the market opened, right? So you can see the logic to the decision making. The bullish daily FEG on the ES chart made me bullish. Then to look for targets, I'm looking for relative equal highs or equal lows. So anybody that's been working with me, they understand that when I'm looking for equal highs, I always want the right side to be a failure swing. All right, so by the right side, this is what I mean. This is the left. This is the right of this swing high. All right, here's the swing high here. Everything to the left of that. Everything to the right of that. So you can see it's very clear here. Here's a swing high, right? It doesn't matter which swing high you use, right? There's many targets here because every single swing high has failure swings to the right of it. You understand what I'm saying now? Do you see the failure swings? This is the reason to me saying that these are targets, because the right side is the failure swing. Okay, so now we're talking about a bullish bias from the daily ES chart. We're talking about 9:30 open because that's the important time. And we have a very clear draw on liquidity. Okay, so for me to be bullish today, all of the logic was there. Everything I needed in terms of my model and my decision making was there. The logic was present, and you immediately get those results. Okay, so all of the targets have been completed. This was an astonishing move to run it 100 points higher to new all-time highs right there at the open. And London was even given a position. So if you take a look at the London low, what do we have? What do we have at the London low? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Breaker, right? Here's a bullish breaker. And then all we need is an FEG aligned with it for it to be a unicorn, right? You can see the FEG there too. So this is very clear in terms of the entire game plan, because the last portion of the game plan, right, if we go back out to this here, right, our game plan, the last portion of the game plan is entry function, which everybody knows I use the unicorn model, right? A breaker block plus an FEG. So this is all of my justifications being completed. Everything that provides logic to me, everything that helps me make decisions was present, and it played out perfectly. This was just an astonishing move, right? So now in terms of executing the unicorn, you always enter at the beginning of the breaker block with the stop at the low, aiming for 2R. right? So you get multiple entries in here during London, and then New York sees continuation to targets. So, absolutely phenomenal morning. This also explains now how I'm moving forward. In my opinion, I come in, I create a game plan, then I look to obtain results to that game plan. And once I get a result, my objective to the day has been completed. Okay, so I'm not the type of individual to be changing my game plan 100 times throughout the day. I create a game plan heading into the open. I then execute that game plan during the open with strict risk management. Once you get a result to that objective, then be done for the day. That's where you go hit the gym. That's where you go touch some grass. That's where you go do something good for the soul. Right? So I'm specifically saying that because right now the Bears are getting paid. So I don't need to go in and create another game plan, right? Thinking, okay, now we swept the swing high, so that's a location to be bearish. Do I go in and look for a bearish unicorn at the swing high? No, I personally don't do that. I don't need to create another game plan. My objective to the day has been completed. So now at this moment in time, it's once again right back to being patient. So once you realize that, 80% of this game is mental, 20% of it is chart, that the majority of the time you're on the sidelines, if you can remain that patient, then you're going to start to see progress. If you're the individual that's coming in here and smashing the buttons 100 times a day, it's going to be much harder to make progress. I'd be very curious to see if you went and asked any profitable trader if they were more or less profitable contingent upon the amount of trades they took. I'd be curious to know if they are more profitable when they take less trades. How about you guys, chat? Let's see about chat. Let's see what you guys have to say about that. When you take more trades, do you end up making more profits? Yes or no? Over your course of trading, when you fall it into those points in time where you take hundreds of trades a day, whether it's multiple trades or hundreds of trades a day, during the times where you take more trades, do you find yourself being more profitable? Yes or no? No, no, no. Losses. Yes, sometimes. Yes. Okay, there's a couple yeses in there. There's majority no's right now, though. No, no. Less trades equal more profit. No, no, no. I don't make profits. Okay. In my opinion, less is more. Every time that I've always overtraded, it never ended well. I could go back and look at my data, and it shows that exact data. The times in which I overtraded, it did not end well. So I would be curious to know that, other traders, what their experience is. But in my opinion, quality over quantity, less is more. But your actions need to align with that. Okay, you actually have to be patient. You can't say you're going to be patient and then go in and start clicking buttons. Your actions have to align with your words. Okay, so very important to note, this is really a you versus you business. So the moment you start controlling your emotions, the moment you start controlling your actions, the moment you start controlling your thoughts, that's when you can focus on risk management, because that's where we actually need to get to here. The majority of times, traders don't even get to the point of understanding numbers, right? This really is just a numbers game. This really is just risk management, but people never get to that point of just managing risk because of the overly large obstacle called emotions or your thoughts, your mental. If you can get over your thoughts, if you can get over your emotions and only focus on the numbers, you're going to start to make progress. And the numbers should speak for themselves. That's why I always say be so data driven, right? Like pick a maximum loss for the day. It doesn't matter what number it is. Your number is going to be different than mine. So whatever I say is completely different than you. Don't pick somebody else's number. Figure out your number, what makes you feel good or bad. Because your losses shouldn't tilt you. So if the number's too high, that's where you know that you got to bring it down a little bit. But look inward to understand that number. Once you get a maximum loss number, then you actually know what is good or bad. Right? So you know what a large loss would be. You know what a small loss would be. You know what a large win would be. You know what a small win would be. Right? Like if you're going into the day saying, I have a $500 maximum daily loss limit, you have to be done at $500 every single time that happens because it's never acceptable to have a large loss. If your limit is $500 and you end up having a $1,000 loss, you're tilting. You're not managing your risk. Your actions don't align with discipline or patience. Every time you have a $500 loss, that's completely fine. That's a normal loss. And maybe that'll help you change the mindset instead of tilting after a loss. If you understand that $500 is your maximum daily loss limit and you hit that and then walk away, realizing it's just another normal loss, that's when you survive to see another day. Because then with a 50% win rate, another win is just right around the corner, but you have to survive until that point in time. But then when you have that win, you also have to treat your wins correctly as well, right? If you know $500 is your maximum daily loss limit, then your wins need to be around $1,000 or more. So your actions and your thoughts need to align with that as well. You need to be patient enough to watch the number fluctuate hundreds and hundreds of times until you get to that 2R. You understand what I'm saying? You have to be emotionally controlled enough, mentally controlled enough to allow your position to go to plus 1,000, to plus 1,500. And while it's fluctuating in between the time of, you cannot get scared out of your position. Because what's most important is the risk management. If you're going to get scared out of your position and your winners are only going to be plus $200, the moment you have a full $500 loss, you're already moving backwards. So you have to find a way to be overly patient with your winners. You have to hold your winners longer than you hold your losers. Okay? You have to be right or right out. Think about it. Your position needs to be right or you need to be right out of the position. You should be very impatient with losers and very patient with winners. Your actions and your thoughts need to align with that. Okay, so understand that risk management is the number one priority at all times. It's going to help you become more emotionally and mentally controlled. You have to make sure your actions align with it. So now, other than a little educational piece, we can get back to price action. We just need to make sure that we're in the right headspace. We got to make sure we're doing the mental and emotional intelligence every now and then because this business truly is 80% mental, 20% chart. And everybody here knows I love to talk about the psychology. Truthfully, your traits, your characteristics, all of those are going to show on this screen. If you're impulsive, you'll see it right here. You'll see it right on the screen. All right, so now moving forward, let's also look to see what's next in terms of price action. We were able to review the open. Beautiful move from London. London set the low there. Ever since the London low, we were able to run to new all-time highs. Beautiful logic through the concepts that we use. Beautiful position shown during London. That entire objective has been completed, though, so what's next? Right now, we got to keep analyzing so that we're still aligned with price action. Now, moving forward, right, we still got to see what's next. This is what we need to be aware of. NQ took out the swing high here. This is new all-time highs for NQ. Now, if we go over to ES, ES failed to go above the swing high. What is that, chat? What are we staring at here? NQ ran above the swing high. NQ ran above the swing high. ES did not. What are we staring at here, chat? What is this? Why am I pointing to it? Why is it important? Got to be cautious of the divergence here. Very good job for all the individuals pointing to the divergence. This is important. Okay. If ES does not go to this swing high, this could be a bearish SMT, right? A bearish crack in correlation. NQ was able to take it out. ES did not. Okay. So now I'm going to look at the market structure. If the market structure changes as well, right, this would be a change in the state of delivery here on NQ, right? If the hourly goes and closes below the current hourly candle, right, so this right here, this would be a bearish change in the state of delivery with bearish SMT at the highs. Oh, excuse me. Get that off the screen. This is important to move forward because now this would be my level in the sand. A bearish change in the state of delivery at a swing high with bearish SMT. Do you see the logic there? So moving forward, right, the bulls got paid. They're done. They're done. Their objective for the day has been completed. Now moving forward, I need to see if we go and close below the opening price of the 9 a.m. hourly candle. If it does, that looks like a bearish change in the state of delivery, with ES being the weaker pair. Okay, so looking for more information to confirm a move lower now that we've swept new all-time highs. But it looks like we're going to have to wait another hourly candle closure because the 10 a.m. candle did not close below the 9 a.m. candle. So moving forward, I'm currently looking at an hourly candle closure. I'll be waiting for that candle closure to see if the bears want to step in. Give me 2 seconds. Let me take a quick sip of water, and then we'll continue the analysis. All right. Thank you for your patience. All right, chat. Should we do a code? What does everybody think? How are we feeling, chat? Should we do a code? If you guys want to do a code, do me a favor. Share the stream with your friends. Let's try to get the viewers up to, let's get another 100 viewers in here. Let's try to get to 750 viewers. Let's work on some likes as well. So do me a favor. If you want to do another code, share the stream, like the video. We'll think about getting another code if we get some more viewers in here. While you're at it, hit the sub button. That way you could communicate with us here in chat. So who wants to do another code? Let's see. Who wants to do another one? They already mentioned the flash sale as well. So be ready for that around noon. I believe Terry and Barbie spoke about that during the earlier segment. What do you guys think? Smash the like button if you want to do another code. What do you guys think? What do you think, chat? All right, while we're at it, I also wanted to know what you guys are looking at. What do you guys think? For the rest of the session, for the rest of the day, are we going to get lower prices or higher prices? So while you're at it, also throw bullish or bearish into chat. Bearish if you think we're going to get lower prices, bullish if you think we're going to get higher prices. What do you think we're going to do for the rest of the day? Are the bulls done? Are the bulls still there? Where did they go? Because they were phenomenal during the open, but then they gave it all back right after that. Insane move higher, and now we're back to the opening price. Do I think trading for the rest of the week is low probability? I'll be here trading. I cannot tell the future, so whether it's going to be lower probability or not, I'll be here to see it if it is. But in my opinion, if anybody is approaching you with certainty, I would run the other way. Nobody has a crystal ball. So if somebody tells you if somebody tells you they know exactly what's going to happen next, I highly suggest you run the other way. There are no guarantees about this market. There are no certainties. So approach it with objectivity. All right. So what do you guys think? Will the bulls step back in? Are you guys bullish for the rest of the day? Or will we continue to see lower prices now? My crystal ball's at the shop for repairs. Let me know when you get it back because I could use some calls. Give us some call outs once you get the crystal ball back. We all need a crystal ball someday. Hopefully someday we'll be able to tell the future. And there's the code. 25 free 50K starter plus. Wow, we're doing accounts. The code is Let's Trade 25. Who's going to get them? 25 free 50K starter plus accounts. Wow. Who got it? We got accounts this time. Huge. Absolutely huge. What a day. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the accounts. Let's see. I'm going to hop over to chat to congratulate some of the winners. Who was able to get one of the accounts from the free giveaway? Throw a W in chat if you were. W, got it. There you go, George. Bang. Let's go. Congratulations, W. Alexandre. Sorry if I said that incorrect. Alexandre. Got it. Very good job. Let's go. Another W. Another W. Thanks. Got it. There you go, Pavlo. Congratulations to all the winners. The amount of value that's provided here every single week is absolutely astonishing. Through the giveaways that we do, they're literally doing giveaways during every single segment, every single day. So thank you to MyFundedFutures. The amount of giveaways that occur every single day is just astonishing. The value in that, people getting opportunities to get free accounts throughout the week is incredible. I've even had people approach me showing me their payout certificates from the giveaway accounts that we've done here on stream. So Congratulations. Thank you to MyFundedFutures. We're going to continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. So if you want to learn about trading, if you want to hear the psychology, if you want to see some expert guests, people that are trading the markets every single day, talk about their businesses, that way you can learn from other people's experiences. We're doing that here every single week. We're doing that here on this channel. So incredible amount of value every single week, and we're going to continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. Congratulations to the individuals that were able to get the account. Hey, Ash, do you use gold to plan moves on NQ? No, I do not look at gold to determine a move on NQ. That is not something that I do. I analyze the chart that I'm trading. So if I'm looking to trade NQ, the analysis comes from NQ. I look at the daily for a bias. I look at the hourly for the market structure. Then I look at the 5-minute for an entry function. I do that all on the same chart that I'm trading. So, got another 20 minutes here during my segment. If you want to go over any questions or information, let's throw some questions and information into chat. We can do that for the last 20 minutes. Just a quick recap for anybody that's just now joining. The Bulls were in control at New York Open. They did a phenomenal job going to new all-time highs. Ever since then, the Bulls have been non-existent. They came back and gave the entire move away. We're able to go to new all-time highs there on NQ. ES was not, so there was a cracking correlation at that location. And now, after sweeping new all-time highs, we're waiting to see if there's a bearish change in the state of delivery. All right, so beautiful London long. The unicorn hunters in London were able to capture a phenomenal position here. We already analyzed that during the top-down analysis. Now moving forward, we're waiting to see if there's going to be an hourly candle closure below the hourly change in the state of delivery. If there is, that's when I would use that as my line in the sand for lower prices. If there is not, then I have to say trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So we'll see what we get moving forward. We're not going to force ourselves upon price, but we are going to continue to be objective to it and efficiently react to it. So we're waiting to see if there's going to be an hourly candle closure below the hourly change in the state of delivery. Hey, Ash, how to overcome... maybe I just don't know how to read this correctly. Hey, Ash, how to overcome from slump. I have taken 10 payouts last year, and after that went into a slump and not able to recover from that. Okay, a payout slump. Now I understand. A drought in payouts. You have to understand that your process needs to be repeatable. Okay, so in my opinion, if you're discretionarily trading, you're going to have a very volatile result because it's contingent upon your influences, how you're feeling that day, what you're thinking that day, what your actions are that day. I try to be as objective as possible. I try to implement a specific process. That way I could stay away from discretionary trading. I try to have a mechanical process so I know how, when, and why I do things. That's because that's a repeatable process for me. I'll be able to do that again over time. So that's probably something that I would consider, whether you're discretionarily trading, if you're mechanically trading, whether it's a matter of having a strict business plan, a model to follow, right? Like, do you even know how or why you're executing, or are you just clicking buttons just because? Right? For me, I need to have a mechanical process to move forward so I know how or why I would be taking a trade. So make sure the overall answer to that for how to get out of this slump is to review your past data, see if you have a set game plan. And if you do have a set game plan, then continue to keep collecting data on it. If you don't have a set game plan, then I would highly suggest you start to build a model. understand how or why you take positions. That's how I work with that slump. Very good question, though. Do you ever branch out with other techniques with small size for forward testing? Yes, I'm a trader. I've gone through the natural progression of a trader. There's definitely times where I want to try new things, look at different information. I deal with lax in discipline, lax in patience. I'm a normal human being just like everybody else. So there are times where I get curious and want to see about other models, right? You don't have to lose money to do that, though, right? There could be a divide between your live trading account and your want or need to try other models, your curiosity, right? You could just go back test other models. You don't have to put money on the line for other models, right? If you have a model that has proven to get you payouts over time, then just have discipline in that one model. You don't need to go searching for anything else. But if it's simple, if it's just to have fun, or if it's just a want or a need, just do it without live money so that you don't ruin your progress. You can test other things out. Absolutely. That sounds like every single trader out there. Everybody wants to try trend lines, opening range breakouts. Everybody wants to try reversals. Everybody wants to try indicators. It's the human nature of wanting to know more. Hi, Ash. Taking a look at the high of the day on NQ. Is that a bearish 1 minute unicorn? It might be. Let's take a look. You said the 1 minute. I would use this as the unicorn right here. Right here's a stop hunt here. Lowest down close candle before the leg up. So I would be looking at that as the breaker there. I don't see any FEGs in here. So no, I would not call this a unicorn. I do not see a 1 minute unicorn on here. No, I don't. You have a swing high here. You have a swing low there. You have a new high there. And then you finally make a new low over here. So if there was a breaker, or if there was a change in the state of delivery, it would be right here. And there is no FEG aligned with that. So for that reason, that's not a unicorn. A unicorn is a breaker plus a fair value gap. So another 15 minutes of my segment before our next host, Tom, joins us. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. I've highly been enjoying his information each day as well. Anytime, Q Mendez. Thanks for asking. Thanks for sharing information. I truly enjoy being around other like-minded professionals. That's why I come on here every single day. Being able to go over this information creates a lot of repetition. That's how we build the muscle memory. Every time we go over these questions, every time we go over this information, every single time we show up for our session, we're gaining more conviction through experience. So please do always reach out, always communicate here with us in chat, ask questions, go over information. We get to go over so much more information as a community than if we were to be doing this on our own, right? You'd be limited to your own experience if you were to just be trading on your own versus doing this as a community, right? 100 questions is a lot more repetition than one. So thank you for sharing. Thank you for participating. I really appreciate all of you there in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you think ES will retest the daily bullish FEG? The daily, which one? Because there's multiple, first of all. Right, you have this one here that it already retested and bounced from. Or are you referring to one down here? I'd just be a little more accurate with that statement, because If you're talking about this one already was used. So I would no longer be looking at this one. If you're asking about this FVG here, I would say no, because we've already visited it and we've already bounced from it. If you're talking about this one here, down here, I need to see if we get the SMT first. I would want to see confirmations first before looking for lower prices. So depending on which FVG, that's what I think about either one of them. Ash, do you only trade NQ and ES? Yeah, I focus on NQ and ES. So 90% of my trades are on NQ. I've taken like 5% of my trades on ES. Then I've taken like 1% of my trades on oil and like 0.0001 on gold. So I've literally only taken one trade in my entire life on gold. I've taken a handful on oil, and then all of my trades, almost the majority of them, are ES and NQ. So yes, I focus on NQ the most out of all of them. In my opinion, you really don't need 10, 20, 30 pairs. You just need one or two, and you got to get really good at them. Very good question. Ash, I guess we're going to long in 824 before taking the equal lows on the 4 hour. In my opinion, the bulls already done their objective for today. I have no interest in looking at longs anymore. So whatever long you're looking at, I don't agree with that. The objective for the day was new all-time highs. That was when you want to be long. That already occurred, so I'm no longer looking at longs. The objective to the bullish bias has been completed, in my opinion. Right? We targeted the highs. We targeted the highs. We took it out on NQ, and ES did not. So the bullish objective has been completed. That was a gem chat. When a major objective is taken to one side, you simply refrain from targeting that direction for the rest of the day. That is quite literally what I'm trying to point to. I have no interest in looking at longs anymore. The higher time frame objective was new all-time highs. That has been completed. Since the objective has been completed, I'm no longer interested in longs. Right? I don't even care if we do go back to new all-time highs. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making. Right? So for example, when you're trading, is there a very clear higher time frame objective that needs to be completed? Yes or no? Because I want to be trading when there's a very clear higher time frame drawn liquidity. After that has been completed, I don't want to trade anymore. Right? If there is no higher time frame drawn liquidity, then that looks lower probability than if there was. What a morning. Bulls run into new all-time highs, then give it all back right away. What a move this morning. What a move. What a move. So, any last questions or comments? Got another 9 minutes during my segment. Again, feel free to throw any questions, comments, information, anything to do with trading into the chat. I saw the London unicorn. There was no major liquidity. I highly disagree with that. Okay, the daily chart on ES was bouncing from a daily bullish FVG. So this is a major level here, right here. major level, daily bullish fair value gap. Okay. And then if you go in during London, right, here's London right here. This is that bullish unicorn that you're pointing to. Notice where it occurs. Here's the London unicorn. The gray box is your daily bullish FVG. So yes, the London unicorn absolutely did occur from a higher time frame level. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Daily bullish FVG, it bounced right from it and did a phenomenal job. You always want to position yourself at higher time frame levels. We are not simply looking for a price action pattern. So hear me clearly, chat. The unicorn model is not enough. Yes, I literally said it. I trade the unicorn model, and I'm here to tell you it's not enough. Just simply being a price action pattern trader is not enough. You have to provide logic to your decision making. You want to be on the same side as higher time frame order flow. You want a cracking correlation to confirm your ideas. You want to be executing from higher time frame levels, and you want to have very clear drawn liquidities. Okay? Without all 5 of those things, a unicorn model doesn't mean anything. Simply coming in during your hunting hours and looking for a specific pattern on the chart, that's not enough. You have to understand that you have to provide logic to your decision making. And when you're providing logic to your decision making, I would want to be using higher time frame information because higher time frames hold more influence. I want to be on the same side as the higher time frame. Okay? Don't be a price action pattern trader. It's not enough. On average, how many trades do I take each week? I'm not like everybody else. I'm not the individual to be taking 10 trades a day, 20 trades a week, 30 trades a week. I only look to take 1 trade a day. Like I have a maximum amount of trades. I'm only looking to take 1 trade a day, maximum. Ash, what will be the next move on the market? I have absolutely zero clue. If anybody approaches you with 100% certainty, you should run the opposite direction. Nobody can tell the future. Nobody has a crystal ball. You can efficiently react to current information. That's the best you could do. But nobody knows what's going to happen over here. Nobody knows the future. Nobody knows the future. Yeah, it's fun to guess based on pattern recognition. Yeah, you can absolutely come in here and look for the model. That's a good eye training exercise, right? If you want to learn the pattern, that part's fine. Taking time to understand the model so that you can clearly identify it, do some eye training, that's completely fine. You don't need to put money behind that, though. But you also have to understand that without logic to your decision making, you're just trading a pattern, which is lower probability. How to develop psychology like yours? Spend more time in your business, right? Like, have you been staring at this chart for the past 10 years? If not, I would say spend more time in your business. I speak from experience. I show up to the market during my session every single week and collect data. So it's from prior experiences that I say any of these things. So if you haven't put in enough time, put in more time, and you'll go through these experiences just like me. These situations will occur to you, and when you're able to objectively analyze these situations, you'll be able to respond this way as well. Conviction is built through experience. Gain more experience. Higher time frame FEGs are more important than lower time frame FEGs. Yes, higher time frame information holds more influence. Without a doubt. Higher time frame information holds more influence than lower time frame information. Potential bullish unicorn setting up here. My session's about to come to an end, but you do have a swing low. You do have a swing high. You do have a new low, and maybe we get a new high. We got to wait to see in 2 minutes if there's a candle closure above it. But if you weren't here a couple seconds ago, I was just referring to providing logic to your decision making. We literally just spoke about this. This is not something I'm going to trade for this simple fact that we've already taken the higher time frame objective. So we literally just spoke about this. Yes, it's forming. Yes, this is forming right now. So it could potentially be a bullish unicorn. But no, I'm not willing to execute it because of the fact that we just talked about where the higher time frame objective has already been completed. Okay, so I'm going to leave that off with you guys. Leave that off for everyone here. Take a look at it, see if it works, right? If you want to do pattern recognition, sure. But the logic's not there in my opinion. So no, I'm not taking this trade, but we'll see if it does end up being a unicorn. Once again, the higher time frame objective has already been completed. For that reasoning, that's why I would not take this risk. We just spoke about that. Okay. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making that will make a difference. Alrighty, chat. That was my segment for today. Hopefully you were able to gain some value from it. Just want to take a moment to say thank you once again. I really appreciate everybody here. Getting to go over these questions and information every single day is really building some good muscle memory. There's a lot of repetition. There's a lot of information that we get to go over. Thank you for participating. Thank you for asking those questions and going over that information. If we continue to keep working and learning every single week, we are going to hit those goals. We will not be stopped. We will continue to keep relentlessly working and learning until we get there. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Phenomenal morning. I hope everybody has a great day. And let's welcome Tom up onto the stage.
Hello. We're here. We're back. Oh, it's good to be back. Always. Good to see everybody. And as always, Ash was giving the best information. Like, really, I so much enjoy listening in to his segment. I usually end up streaming sometime before 11, but I always listening in because he's sharing the most valuable information. Really, he does, and especially about technicals, the setups, the discipline. Guys, this is what it's all about. So thank you, Ash. This was an awesome session, as always. Welcome, chat. I welcome myself. I say hello to the hosts, to the mods, everybody from MyFundedFutures. Good to be here. And what a day. We just made history again. Hello. All right. So we made history. And I mean, after the London session, again, I mean, I wasn't really thinking like anything special can happen today. But obviously, because, you know, when you're waiting for that FOMC report, like it kind of gets a little bit like boring. But you know, this move here, wow, this was definitely something. So I do have some new topics for today. I'm just going to go through real quickly of what I think happened in the London session. You all know by now that I do like the zones. The only thing I had in this London session is this 5-minute supply zone up here. Now, this morning during London stream, and if anyone is interested, here's my YouTube handle up there. So in the London stream, we were kind of waiting for a possible entry, especially after the London Open, because it just pulled back down there. I did not take the trade. I don't know why, by the way. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it or something. But the draw on liquidity was anticipated correctly. The problem is the more time we spent in London, the more price was congesting into an area. And just when I switched off the stream, it immediately broke its way through up to 916, because that was the level that we were watching. But the good news is, at least for myself, and we talked about confidence yesterday, is that I didn't take a trade. So I would say disciplined enough to not jump into any kind of crazy setup. But anyway, I think the best setup, shoulda, woulda, coulda, it's easy to say after the move happened. It would have been maybe after the London Open on this 5-minute entry here. There was a nice fair value gap on the 5-minute chart right here. Oops. I think this would have been the best choice to enter. And as you can see, the risk to reward ratio, well, like I always say, my stop loss would be down there, a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio in London. I did not take it, but we had a good chat. Trade together. Hello, and hello to everybody. Okay, so this market open. Now let me just go down to the 1 minute here. Crazy push was happening right before the 9:30 open, and I was like, I actually I took a trade. I entered the long position live on stream, was pushing it. I was hoping for a new all-time high, but in this scenario, this was more likely a trade based on intuition, and I was kind of explaining it earlier that as price was pushing higher and higher after the 9:30 open, there was no strong pullback, and we were still before the 10 a.m. macro, I mean 9:50 macro time. So it seemed to me that price is just, accumulating a little bit more. So I entered a position, no fair value gap, so not an A+ setup, no fair value gap, no pullback. I was just like, let's risk it for the biscuit. But I was only risking like about $200 on one single funded account. And so after this bullish candle, which actually became the first fair value gap, I was like, okay, I think I'm comfortable to hold this to make a new all-time high. So we did. And so on this drop, I actually entered to a short position somewhere here, but I just got taken out break even. I took a partial somewhere here at 944-ish. I don't even know, somewhere here, 945. And I just got taken out break even from the position. So I'm flat. And to be honest, I'm not even looking to enter any kind of position, and I have actually zero idea, absolutely zero conviction or idea where should this one go. I have one secret sauce or secret that I might be looking, is that the mini had a liquidity void. So that was the micro chart, but this is the mini. If you go back on the mini to the London session, there was a liquidity void on the mini. So I zoom in for you guys. Sometimes these things are working. Just saying, it's not a major level, but might be noticeable since this level being made in the London kill zone. So on the mini, there is a gap here, only 1 point. And that's a flat candle on the 15-minute chart at 245. No wick to the downside with a liquidity void. No trading at that price. I was kind of hoping that, this waterfall thing is just going to continue lower. It can still go, but that's not ICT concept, really. that's just something else. I don't even know. I have no name for it. And before I would get some questions about the free stuff, all I can tell you without teasing you guys is just stick around as usual. Okay, stick around, and who knows, something might happen. Okay, that's what I can tell you. No luck, pure skill. Exactly. Everyone wants the free stuff, so that's what I'm saying. Just to go ahead of it. Give the secret sauce. Stick around. There might be something. Okay, that's all I can tell you. So actually, that's all about technicals. And by the way, there was nothing else that I could be looking for. I think there was an order block lower on the 15-minute chart starting at 841. But my bet is that most likely until, when is the FOMC report coming out? 2 p.m. Yeah, most likely sideways action. So this is something that we could be looking for. And the thing about this report is that there's going to be no press conference. I'm saying this to you guys who are new in trading. No press conference, nothing special. Most likely the report is going to be somewhat already being anticipated of what's going to be in that report or in that statement. Should be no big surprises in that. So the market already somewhat priced in. So in a nutshell. So don't expect, obviously it can shake the market, but don't expect anything special. Oh my, are we going down there? Man, it's somewhat tempting to jump into a short position, but I'm not gonna. I still feel like that 868 is still there. It's still there. Now I'll pay there. So, yesterday we had, where is my thing? So we had a good topic, and for today I have something else, which actually, we're always talking about the mindset, psychological aspect, psychological approach of trading, because as we always repeat the same thing, no feed pictures this time, SBM. So as we always keep repeating the same thing, it all comes down to the mental approach, the psychological aspect of trading, discipline, being patient, basically risk management. That's what it's all about. And so I'm not here, and I guess you guys already know quite a few entry models and strategies, how to enter. I'm not going to, obviously, from time to time, I'm going to speak about some entries and technical entries, but that's not what I want to use this time, especially when we're approaching the lunch hour, right? So let's just use this time to regroup. Okay, so the topic for today is the discipline gap. Okay, so what I would say is you don't need a better strategy, you need better self-control. Yesterday we talked about why strategy hopping is not something that you should be looking for. It's easy to find a good strategy, easy to find a good entry model. There are so many profitable strategies out there. You can call it an edge. And there's so many things to choose from. Even if you just go on YouTube and search for day trading strategies, there's going to be thousands, maybe tens of thousands of videos about different kind of entries. Yes, there are more popular ones, etc., etc. You can look around. That's not the point. And that's not what we're here for. I think it's much more important to, get more disciplined and to learn about risk management. Exactly. If you don't give up, you're going to be profitable. So again, you don't need a better strategy. You need a better self-control. This is going to be the title. Okay. You need better self-control. Now, most traders think their problem is technical, like strategy or indicators. maybe you find an indicator, you say, okay, this is the holy grail, which does not exist, by the way, and you start using it for a few days. Obviously, if you're just using any kind of indicator to enter, obviously you're just gonna blow up your account. It's inevitable, like Thanos, right? So you're just gonna blow up your funded account or eval, even if you're just using a simple moving average or trend line. I mean, trend line is basically, it's an indicator, but trend line is a different thing, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. But even with the simple moving average, if you take every signal, you're just doomed, okay? And that's when you think like, okay, there's a problem with the technicals or the strategy. But in reality, it's like behavioral. Yeah, okay. In reality, it's you. You know, sometimes to me as a Hungarian person, it's difficult to pronounce in English. You know, Hungarian and English is it's like 180 degrees the opposite from each other. So I'm going to tell you this small joke here. Once the Pope came to Hungary and the Prime Minister was saying, I mean, the Pope was greeting the Prime Minister in Hungarian. And, you know, everybody was, oh, Your Holiness, you can speak Hungarian. And he said, no, that's all I can speak in Hungarian. But don't worry, he said, in heaven, everybody speaks Hungarian because it takes an eternity to learn it. It really takes an eternity to learn it. So anyway, I'm just saying that sometimes it's hard. But the problem, as I was saying, is you. If you think you have to switch strategies, then usually the issue is not the strategy. If you don't follow the system, a good system, and you just keep on hopping from one strategy to another, that's just going to be causing issues. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. If a strategy works 60% of the time, but you only follow it 40% of the time, your edge is gone. You feel that? Like, if a strategy works 60% of the time, but you follow it only 40% of the time, then there's no edge. Now, this is heavy, right? And you might be saying like, okay, then it's super simple. I just need an edge that works 90% of the time. It's non-existing. It's not a thing. Okay. You didn't get it. In heaven, everybody speaks Hungarian because it takes an eternity to learn it. And obviously, we all know that heaven is eternity, you know, forever. So basically, once you're in heaven, you're going to learn Hungarian forever. I don't really get it as well, but I guess you know what I mean. So I'm just saying, so back to the topic. Let's just assume that you find a strategy or an edge that has a proven record of like 70% or 60% win ratio, and that's a solid 60%. Okay. By the way, having a solid 60% win ratio is extremely good. You are underestimating this number because you're I mean, maybe not you, but many traders are looking for, I need a 90% win rate. I need 85% win ratio. And obviously, those numbers are also relating to your risk to reward. Like, if you're having a negative risk to reward, you might be achieving, or you might gonna have to go for a 85 or 80% win ratio in order to be profitable, right? But once you're staying above 1-to-1 and higher risk to reward ratio, it is crucial for you to have at least, like, if not 60, but at least 55-60% edge or win ratio, right? So let's just go back. Let's assume you have 60%, a 60% strategy, but you follow it only 40% of the time. Then there's no edge. Then forget about it. It's not going to work. And it goes the same way with every kind of concept, even with the simple trend line entry or with the moving average thing. My win ratio is usually about 55%. As far as I calculated on Google Sheets, I have so many data nowadays, but 55% is my win ratio on the big average. But I do use different accounts for scalping and different accounts for intraday swing trading, if I can call this like intraday swing trading. I'm willing to hold a trade even for hours if I must, with a small position, right? So I would say 55%, and the risk to reward ratio is usually like 1.2, 1.3. I'm aiming for 1 to 2, obviously, but sometimes when I mess around with the stop loss or I take partials, the whole game is changing. The whole edge is just changing. So it's very hard to be disciplined sometimes, even for me, and to hold the trade until the full 2R TP. But, it depends. Do you know anything about the flash sale? No, sorry. I mean, yeah, no. I heard something. I will check it. I will check it with you guys. We will talk about that later. So what I want to say is that, so let's go back to this. 60% of the time you have a strategy and you follow it 40%, the edge is gone. Okay. A few examples of a discipline gap, because I call this a discipline gap. We talked about this partially yesterday. Cutting winners short because you don't want to give it back. So you're cutting your winning trades in a short, in a small profit because you don't want to give back to the market, or you find some kind of excuse, right? So that is one example. Moving your stop because it's uncomfortable to be wrong. And let me tell you this, it's actually very much comfortable to be wrong. It's very much comfortable to be wrong. And that's why I said, to me, the perfect risk management would be, and it's usually is, if I put on the trade, I have my stop loss and I'm not messing with the stop loss. I'm trying to give that original room for the trade to play out. I'm not doing it all the time, but that's how I learned it. I was reading this first from Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone and the Disciplined Trader, and I was watching a few workshops on YouTube. It has been uploaded from the early, from the early 2000s and from the 90s. From VHS. You guys even don't know what VHS is, right? Some of you guys has been uploaded to YouTube. I really enjoy those workshops with Mark Douglas. So I learned this from him, and this is a real crucial thing, in my personal opinion. Once you put on the trade, don't mess around with your trade. At least don't mess around with your stop loss or your take profit levels. You predetermined that risk. So you must follow your trade through. And if it takes you out, as I was saying, if that trade takes you out with a stop, then, worst case scenario, yeah, you're going to lose that position and some profits, but or some money. But at least you played out your edge. And that is a must in order to follow your rules. I miss VHS tapes as well. Yeah. So, anyway, that was one thing. So, moving your stop because it's uncomfortable to be wrong. You have to accept the fact that is sometimes it's good to be wrong, because at least is you will know if your analysis was correct or your analysis was wrong, but you need to have that information. If you mess around with your stop, then obviously your complete edge is going to change on your live trading. And obviously you can do all the backtesting when you're not applying those check marks and rules to your system. Anyway, moving on to the next one, taking setups too early or too late. That's also a problem with discipline, but I guess we all know that, right? Sometimes we tend to chase the trades, or we just, entering too early. I guess in at this point, I was usually entering too early to a position. Like I do have a few check marks, and I do have a logic of how and when to enter a trade. But Jonathan, thank you. Yeah, nothing but winners all day long. By the way, we did have really nice trades on the stream. I must say that. Thank you for saying that, Jonathan. So Curry Fishbowl, hello. So usually my problem is I'm anticipating certain levels, mostly when I try to scalp, which I don't really like. I'm not really into scalping, but when I try to scalp, sometimes I anticipating the move way earlier than it really happens, and then it puts me into a drawdown, and then it puts me into a real awkward position, and that just gets me nervous, and it's just a very bad situation. I still think, by the way, that we should be heading lower. I had to say that because I called out 868 earlier today, that we should be going back down there into that gap. But anyway, that's also an issue. And the fourth thing, over trading out of boredom, or FOMO. So, for example, here in this London session, I know it was super boring. I mean, the price action was absolutely poo-poo. Like, you just, I mean, what is there to do, especially if you're trading on the lower time frame? But I guess you guys remember from last week, especially those of you who were trading London, like we were just ranging in the 20 or 30 points range. Like, what is there to do? Nothing. And obviously, it can be super boring. So, what can we do? And if you just want to, pull the trigger when it's ranging like that, that is absolutely also a lack of discipline. But we all know that. Also pushing the button because of a FOMO, like for example, you see this drop and you want to enter right here just to go for 10 more points. I don't know, and it just goes back against you. That's just FOMO, and that's not just a lack of discipline, but it's going to destroy your account, right? And of course, the final one, chasing revenge trades after a red candle. I mean, red candle, I was trying to say that after a red move. But chasing trades after the market puts you into a bad position or into a drawdown, into a loss. That is actually also a sign of discipline gap. But anyway, these things have basically nothing to do with your strategy, but everything to do with your emotions. And that is the only thing that you can work on. You can't really work on the market. The market just does its thing. The only thing that you can work on is risk management, or AKA work on your emotions or discipline. That's the only thing you can do, right? And so, let's just move on to this one. How to know if you have a discipline problem. Obviously, there are signs to that as well. You might find yourself saying that, okay, like for example, I knew it would work, but I didn't take it. I used to say that. I knew it would work. Like for example here, I knew that we will reach that 5-minute supply zone, but I didn't take it. If you keep repeating that, obviously that's just building up bad habits. And I wouldn't be so much. I mean, no. I'm not going to finish that sentence. I used to do that. Even today, I did that. I knew it would go there, but I didn't take it. Or you're just journaling your good setups. And it's also an important puzzle piece to your journal. Like, don't just journal the good setups. Okay, that's a bad habit. I know it's awesome to see all those nice trades or all the positive info, but it's just crucial to have if you're journaling, then definitely write down the bad setups as well. And also, talking about journaling, you journal down the setups when you look back to the day, but you didn't take those trades. For example, you were like, I was looking for that 5-minute supply zone. Awesome. There was a beautiful setup here. What an awesome trade this was, but you actually didn't take it. But you keep journaling these setups, which actually you didn't take. It's good to write it down as an example, but it was not an actual setup. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. The next thing that shows that you have a discipline problem is that you constantly tweak the rules or change your system after only like 1 or 2 days. Like you keep getting some losses. Maybe you're just starting out with a system, you're on a losing streak, and the next day you say, okay, I'm just going to change this and this, and everything is just going downwards from there, because obviously that has some sort of you're just messing up your edge completely. Like if there is a working strategy or edge, then obviously you should not tweak anything on that. Bags, all I can tell you is stick around. That's all I can tell you, is stick around. So, and of course, there's one more thing to this. You can follow your own trading plan for even 1 full week. Now, this is deep. Just 1 full week. I'm not even talking about 30 days or two weeks or whatever. Just follow your trading plan for 1 week. It's not much to ask for yourself. 1 single week. It would be so simple, right? But sometimes it's not that simple, I know. Anyway, so these are some signs that there could be a discipline issue, not a strategy problem. And so yeah, I have this here, like if you need 5 indicators to feel confident, it is not the strategy you're trying to fix, it's your emotions. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you need 5 indicators to feel confident, then it's not the strategy. You still have to work on it's nothing wrong with having 5 or 10 indicators, but it depends on if you're profitable or not. There's nothing wrong with having 10 indicators on the charts once you are, constantly profitable with those indicators. But if you're just adding more and more indicators, that's also a sign of lack of discipline, right? So let me know if you guys have questions about this. I'm sorry I wasn't really reading the chat, but now I'm scrolling all over the place here. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer. Do you trade on macro time or don't you? I respect the macro times. I'm not really trading the macro time. Like I don't have an exact entry or strategy or entry model, specifically based on the macros. I do know that, everybody likes it. I acknowledge that there is a macro time. I tend to see some interesting moves every now and then at those time periods, but I'm not specifically using it as a strategy. So okay, let me know if you have questions about that. I'd be happy to answer. Okay. I know, code. Just stay tuned. That's all I can say. And so the next topic about this, so what to do instead. comes the opposite side of the coin. Like, focus on execution journaling. So there's nothing wrong with journaling down what was how was the market today, or even taking out examples of the market, but don't journal that down as a trade that you have taken. So instead, only journal down the real results and even the losses. If there was, I mean, not every trade. I said that yesterday. You don't necessarily have to journal every single trade, but you know, the ones that you journal should be the ones that you have actually taken. It could be a loss, it could be a winner. What I do is like I pick one trade or two from the day. It could be a loss or a win, and I just put it. I'm saving the screenshots. By the way, I'm using Notion. It's a free software. I used to save my screenshots every now and then, just to look back of what was the actual setup. Maybe I can use it as an example for the next session. But you know, that's what I'm looking for. And yeah, and so the next one is grade yourself on how well you followed the rules, not just the P&L. Exactly what we were talking about a few days ago. Like, when you journal down of what happened, even if you're not doing it every single day, but you also have to ask yourself not just about the analysis, like was your analysis correct or not, but you also have to journal down that how well did you follow your own rules. Okay, and I think that's also very crucial. How well did you follow your own rules? Very important. Very important. Also, the next thing, what you should do is commit to following your plan for a fixed number of trades or days, no matter what. So exactly what we talked about earlier, like follow your plan for a week. You must. I would say 1 week is the bare minimum. I would do like a test. That's what I said. That's why I said it. Just grab an evaluation account. Grab a starter account. Go with one micro and just follow your entry model just for a week. If you can't follow it for a week, then, you know, that's the bare minimum. Last time I said you need to do this for 30 days. That would actually help a lot. Okay. Also, keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out, everybody. I can't stress this enough. Okay. I cannot stress this enough to stick to the screen whenever you can. Because who knows? Who knows? Okay. And oh my gosh, look at that. For 2 hours only, the flash sale is kicking in big time. 2 hours, only 40% off with the resets. Now, if you guys in a drawdown, and if you want to do a great reset, not the great reset, but a good reset, 40% off is an excellent price. Go for it. So, site went down. Don't worry. I hope everybody was on alert. Raining gifts, exactly. Nice. Let's go. Mr. Smith, nice. I hope you guys took an advantage of the code. I did see a code out there. Oh, man. Okay, so there's one more thing here as we move on. So I said commit to follow the plan for at least a fixed number of trades or for a few days. Practice smaller size. I said that too. That would be the last point for this. So practice smaller size if emotion is taking over. And I was being asked today as well. And and yesterday, like what to do if you're basically really at the bottom of everything, like you can't even get through an evaluation account, or you're just struggling left and right. I just said it today, and I think yesterday too. Like the best thing you can do, one thing is like you're not giving up, okay? Because you're just not gonna give it up, okay? So let's all agree that if you have the slightest passion for trading, you just can't give up, okay? So what can you do then? Go with the account with just only one single micro. Forget about the profits. Just erase that thing. Forget about the profits. There's only one thing you have to look for is the setup. Wait for the proper setup. Okay? Don't have high expectations. If you're already blowing up accounts left and right, you're trying to chase those trades, and obviously you might still not be constantly profitable, or maybe you're not even finding your edge right now. You're still struggling about what entry model to choose or what risk management plan to follow. Then I would say definitely one of the best move is to go with the smallest size, and your goal is to gain confidence. Your goal is not to make profit at that point. All you have to do and all you need to do is build up that conviction in your trading model and gain some confidence in your trading. Okay, so that's the first thing. That's the main thing you need to handle. Okay. By the way, I have a question for everybody in chat. I know everybody was super hyped up with the code and everything, and I congratulate to the winners who got it. And don't forget, the flash sale is awesome, 40% off from resets. Go for it. I think it's an awesome thing to do, especially if you're almost at the edge of blowing up your evaluation account. I guess 40% off is just an amazing deal. And so I have a question for you guys. So what's harder for you right now, finding your edge or following it? I'm really interested in this, like how you guys are doing right now. What is harder, finding your edge or following your edge? I'm kind of curious. If you guys can answer me, I would happily take those answers. Following. Thank you, Big Brain. Thank you. Following the edge for sure. Okay. Following. I pass every eval. I can't get a payout. Yeah, following the edge. Kate is saying finding your edge. Trader H following it. I see more people saying following the edge, but I do see finding it. Okay. So for those of you who are saying finding the edge, exactly, Roberto, it takes time. It takes time. Finding your edge also takes time, by the way. There's nothing wrong if you're not having an edge right now, because you're still carving out your way. We're going to talk about following as well. I would say yeah, it all begins with finding the edge. What suits your personality? Are you looking for? You have to. That's actually a very good. That was a good question. I see that. So. Just a second. So finding the edge is actually sometimes quite difficult. And so let us ask ourselves how you have to know what an edge is. Is it a repeatable condition or setup? If you're looking to find your edge, you have to ask yourself, is it a repetitive or repeatable setup condition that has a positive expectancy? Combination. It can be a combination of entry rules, obviously. It can be a structure that fits your personality or trading style, obviously. But the edge is not guesswork. It's not based on feeling or discretionary trading. That's definitely not an edge. Or, for example, buying or selling on breakouts. Buying breakouts because you think it's a strong move, that's not an edge, for example. Or copying someone else's strategy. I mean, it's not a bad thing to learn someone else's strategy, but purely copying somebody, that is also not an edge. So don't get this mistaken. You need to start tracking, obviously, all these scenarios, and that's why backtesting is so important. Time of day and all that such, but just saying, it takes time. Obviously, it takes some time. But following the edge, I'm sorry to say this, for those of you who are still looking for it, is even harder. My answer to the question is following is harder than finding the edge. I'm sorry to say this. It sounds bad, I know, but it really is. It really is harder. Because an edge means you have a high probability setup. Why go against it if it's only supposed to work 60%? Exactly, Keith. Yeah. That's why I said if you have a solid 60% win ratio, and if you're not like you're only applying 40% of that setup, then your edge is not going to turn out good. If you're not looking for those check marks, if you're not having sound logic behind that entry that you're taking, but you're thinking that, okay, I'm taking that entry because it's based on that edge, but in reality, you're basically like skipping a few check marks, so you're not really applying that edge. You might be forcing yourself into a trade. Then that 60% win ratio does not mean anything in the world. It's just not going to work out. Okay. So yeah, finding it is sometimes it's hard, but following it, oh man, especially when you're on a funded account. And to be honest, I mean, even the most profitable traders, and I'm definitely not the most profitable trader. I will be, because that's the goal, right? We're going to make 100K every day. But even for the pros, it's sometimes difficult to follow up with the edge, just like for me as well. Right? I blew up funded accounts last month. And guess what? I blew up funded accounts 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Like not with not a dozen account or anything like that, but I blew up, I think, 3 funded accounts last month. And before that, I don't even know, maybe more, 3 or 4. Obviously, this number was way higher last year, and it all comes down to following your edge. And it's the hardest thing. We are edging again. Yeah, we are edging. 3 digits worth. Hey, SBM, there's no problem with that. I blew up a lot of accounts. 3 digits. Don't worry about it. And it doesn't really matter at the end of how many funded accounts you blew up. I mean, the learning curve for everybody, it's definitely different. For some people, it takes a few months. I wish that would have been the same issue with me. For some people, it takes years. Now, that's me. It took years. So, and I'm still like carving my own way out. And that's why I'm saying, like, even those traders who are out there, for example, in social media, like with great following or great results, because those results, anyone you see on social media with big results are actually, that's because they were willing to fail a lot of times, and that took a lot of energy and discipline and emotional hurdle. So if you see someone posting profits, that is awesome, but ask yourself how much he or she had to go through losses and evaluation accounts, blown up funded accounts, and all that stuff. Like it's different for anyone and everyone. And don't compare yourself to others. And by the way, I don't want to talk about social media stuff too much, but in these days, that's also like a negative thing, like a bad habit of some kind, if you're comparing yourself to others on social media. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to learn from others. That's a different thing. But don't try to compare your results to others, okay? Now, that is also crucial. So I just disappear all the time. Yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. So don't compare yourself to others, because everybody has a different journey in trading, okay? I see my setups and always chicken out. Q, size down to 1 micro. Size down to 1 micro and the problem solved. That's all it takes. Try it out. If you see your setup, enter with 1 single micro. Do this for a week or 2 weeks and look back, and you will feel much better. I'm promising you this. If you go with 1 micro and you see your setup, do this for like 2 weeks and you're going to feel much better, and forget about the profits. All right. Risk issue when you fear a play. Yeah, exactly. That's also risk issue. The problem with fear. Now, what is the thing that triggers fear? That's also an interesting question, right? What is that thing that triggers fear? It's easy. It's a risk problem. You're over risking if you're already in fear. Now, you might be saying, yeah, but I'm only risking like $200 on a trade because I said so, because, okay. And the fear comes from risk, bad risk management. And the bad risk management might come from your, I don't want to pick anybody's pocket, but might comes from your financial situation. Let's say, for example, and imagine this, there is a trader who is actually super rich, has all the money in the world. Not all the money, but definitely having and living a comfortable life financially, who doesn't have a problem buying a new evaluation account. Like, it's like nothing for that person, okay? Because he's having money, or he or she is having money, no issue with buying an eval, and gets to a funded stage. For that person, risking like $200 on a funded account is going to be nothing. Why? Because the financial situation. And I'm sorry to say that. I know today, and today's world, financial background is sometimes difficult. And but that can also put you into a difficult position in trading. And I said this, I think, 2 weeks ago. Like, if you are putting all your bet and all your chips on making a difference in your life solely based on your single funded account or single evaluation account because you're having high expectations, that's a scenario that's going to make your trading journey super difficult. So if you don't have any other income streams and you're just starting out in trading, but you don't have any, for example, you don't have a job, your financial condition, I don't know, everybody could be having financial difficulties at some point of life, or I don't know. But if you think that your way out is that one single evaluation or funded account, that you're nourishing and babysitting that account, that is going to exponentially increase your fear, and the risk management issue is going to be exponentially higher. You're going to start second guessing yourself, even when you go with a small position like 1 or 2 micros, whatever. It's going to make it much, much harder. I'm sorry to say that, but this is reality. So if you're looking to change your life with trading, especially with prop firms, and we're all grateful that we're having prop firms, and MyFundedFutures is at the top. If you're looking to change your life with prop trading, awesome. But you got to be careful about your financials and having some kind of an income, right? Some kind of a financial stability in your life. Okay, so that's why, and I'm circle back to that, to what I said. You're comparing yourself to some other traders who you might see in social media. Is not doing you any. I mean, it's not a good thing, because you're on a different journey. You're on a different path, and it's good to learn, but because XYZ person is making $20,000 I don't know, last week, awesome, super great, but that person had to go through a lot of downfalls in order to finally reach that level. And so never forget that you could not be having that high expectations that you're just starting out as brand new, or just in a few I would say, like, even if you're just in since a few months, you might be saying, oh, that's BS, because I'm sorry, but in my opinion, even if you're brand new in trading, you definitely need a year. I'm sorry, a year of experience, suffering from losses. I mean, losses as of funded accounts or evaluation accounts, emotional pain and struggle. You all have to go through that cycle in order to know, and you know, to rewire your brain to know what to do next time. Okay, just my thoughts about this. Makes trading easier. Trading should be seen as supplementary. Exactly, Ashley. The party shirt trader. Ashley is the party shirt trader. Did you guys know that? He's the party shirt trader. He's a legend, everybody. Just saying. Okay. So so if you're in a good financial situation, obviously trading is going to be much, much easier for you. If this is your only way out, and you know, there is nothing else that you can go to, you can still make it, but it's going to be much harder. So it's going to make it much harder for you. Okay, so first of all, let me repeat this sentence again. If you're fairly new in trading, then make sure that you have some kind of an income stream or a job. It can be a part-time job, like whatever. But that's going to help you a lot to be profitable. Net Baba, hey, majority of the prop traders are from third world. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Net Baba. I get it. I know. That's why I said that. I know, by the way, this is a fact. Many traders, unfortunately, and this is the world we're living now. So, hey, Financial Fred, hello. MSG UFO, welcome. Jabbar, hello. Keegan Murphy in the flesh, welcome, guys. So, I'm just saying that this world, unfortunately, is the way like this. And I am aware that many people who comes into the prop firm trading business don't really have other options. And that's why hats off for them, because that's much harder to be successful in those conditions. In this London session, I was talking about how I mean, my dark period that was in 2021. We were having a great talk in the London session. I usually not so opened up about my personality, but this London session on my stream, we talked about a lot. I was in story mode again, but I was in a dark place in 21 and 22, early 22, and in 21, a really dark place. And I can imagine, I exactly know how hard it is to count on trading. Okay. I was working, obviously I was having a job back then, but I was counting on a funded account. I was working to get funded for 8 months back then with a CFD prop firm. It doesn't matter which one. I was working 8 months to get the funded account. It took me 3 days to blow up the account, 3 days. And it's super hard, right? So get your financials in order. That is definitely going to help you. Do you trade every session? Yes. I mean, every session. I trade the London session and the New York Open. So I start streaming at 9 a.m. Sorry, 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 9:30, around 9:30 Market Open Eastern Standard. But I trade. It's convenient for me, as I say, because I live in Europe, so I can trade both sessions. Super easy. If you guys have some questions for me, make it quick, because I know that Celebrity Matt is already in our circles. So, but anyway, listen to Matt. He's super awesome, and he's always teaching very good stuff about the markets. So I would like to say, oh my God, time flies again. Thank you so much, everybody, by the way, for the questions. And let me just say something here. Oh my gosh, here's the man. Look at him. Look at him. How handsome. Okay. What's happening?
You must be looking in the mirror, sir.
I know.
It's kind of like, well, like I think like if you squint, we kind of don't look too much unalike. Like glasses, short hair, the mustache, dark shirt even today.
I know.
We're even like sitting the right way. Look at this. Like,
you know what we should do? What we should do is we should actually switch the segments, and I'm just going to change my name to Matt, and nobody would know the difference, right? That's what we should do.
That would be so funny. Awesome, buddy. Well, thanks, man. Good show, bud. I caught the end of it, so it's really awesome, man. Seeing you like always.
The chat is really awesome today, and the topics were good. So I just want to say, everybody, thank you for the good questions. Thank you for the topics. And Matt, take it away. I'm just going to wave goodbye to you and everybody, and have a good session. All right.
Thanks.
I'm still here.
He's still here. We're figuring it out. That's cool. Good to see you on the way. See you, Tom. Yeah, love Tom's segment. Awesome, dude. Awesome. What a crazy trading day today, right? And by the way, you guys know there's a huge flash sale going on at MyFundedFutures. I'm sure they talked about in the last segment, but from noon until 2, for literally 2 hours, you get 40% off of resets, right? For up to 3 accounts. That's incredible. 40% off of resets. I don't know what the code is. Rocket Scooter, that's our code, but the code will get you 40% off of resets for sure. Up to 3. And anyone can apply. That's awesome. MyFundedFutures is a flash sale. Super, super, super awesome. Oh, they have it in chat right here. Okay, there it is. They put it up in the chat. Flash sale, not flashlight sale. Hey, don't discount it. Maybe there could be like a flashlight sale. You never know. All right, so today I've had a pretty decent day. I'm still fighting. All my accounts are green except for one I didn't touch. I haven't touched my live account yet because I only went A+ setups on this one. These guys, I was red on pre-market. I was green on pre-market. I actually bought last night and went to bed. I love this. So I took a long off of here. I'm not going to detail all of it, but basically the 90% off close above pivot. I longed here, put a stop, went to bed, woke up, closed right here before I got live on my stream. So I was up like 4 or 5, maybe 6 something pre-market, which is cool. And then when the market opened, I jumped in on some of this, took some long. We walked right up to our green line target we call upper DD band. 96% of days will close below that band. It's a pretty cool setup. You guys can see on my screen here. this long up to this span, I pretty much always X out my trade at the top. I don't normally short it, but I just get out of the way of the long. I only short it when I have a good conditional to short. It wasn't there, so I just avoided it. Market fell. I bought the dip. It fell. I bought the dip again. Took some stops, took some losses. Half the accounts went red, and we fell right back down into here. Then we got some A+ setups. That's NASDAQ. Then we got some A+ setups in S&P. As you guys know, with liquidity maps, I always do these things. The bull zone bottom, bear zone top, these are A+ setups. Here and here are both A+. I long there, made most of it back, turned all the accounts green, and now I'm fighting with one of them right now, which is down $187. I just got one runner just in case it longs. I don't think it's going to go up, but I have the trade anyways to double down at the A+ if it does drop to where I need it to drop. Liquidity pockets are my bread and butter. You guys saw yesterday on the stream, I traded liquidity pockets like 7 for 7. They tapped. I think I only traded like 6 of the 7. They are my favorite setups. They're between these two gray lines. A+ liquidity pocket, my favorite setup. And why is it A+? Because 90% of days do not close below a bear zone top. So 90% will close above. Also, bull zone bottom has that same thing. So this is strong support. This is strong support. This is A+ under the conditions of market's bullish. Market is very bullish. Our greater market signals are all bullish today. I will long here every single time. I got a song I play on my stream called Every Single Time. I will long here every single time. I will long here every single time. On top of that, we have monthly gamma exposure, maximum dealers, which is monthly hedge pressure, also a 90%er right here at the same time. Major confluence plus the volume from yesterday's SPY close here. All of those things lining up is super, super strong support all inside this area. 62, 68 to 72 inside of here. I'm going to hit it hard in all the accounts. So I've been waiting for that in case I get it. SPY close on Thursday. Wednesday. All right. So high volume on close. All of that. Now with our resilience number, which is our confluence indicator for the gap fill process, which is inside of the white box, is negative. So because resilience is negative, we talk about half gap is likely resistance as well as the gap fill being resistance. So the market has some downward pressure from here. This is pushing down and this is pushing down. This is pushing up. This is pushing up. So when you have the down plus the up together, it's no question why we're sitting in the middle of those pressures, which is where we are right now. And because I'm diddling in the middle and because I'm so confident on the bull market, I'm still taking the long position, but only one, which can survive a little bit of drawdown. As I tell you, always know how much you're willing to lose. 68 to 88 is 20 points on one, which is only $1,000. Not a big deal. I'll hold $1,000 upside down in just the one account I'm trading to hit it long in all of my accounts. So that's it, baby. Yes, sir. Liquidity pocket plus CD equals money. That's it. Somebody typed it in chat. It's my favorite setup. So friends here at MyFunded TV, we are at 775 viewers. I love seeing the viewership in this channel grow. This is one of the biggest growing streams on planet Earth. We are the biggest growing stream on planet Earth as well. Both of us together are all growing. It's crazy to see the support you guys are giving me and MyFundedFutures. We are all so incredibly happy that you guys are here every day. That's why we bestow upon you all these flash sales and giveaways. So we love y'all. Let's get to 1,000 and hopefully so. What's the vision for PM session? Aha. Alrighty. So let's talk about it. Let's taco about it. I do want some tacos. It sounds good right now. Here's my vision, right? The market rallies. This was a nice little fun dip to buy. No clue what sparked it. There was no crazy news. We do have the 10-year bond auction today and the minutes of meetings. So that is a catalyst that's going to come up. Minutes will be at 1 my time, I think. So it won't be on this stream, but we'll cover it on my stream. And then we have the 10-year auction in 23 minutes. Yeah, so it's 1 central. We'll cover minutes on my stream, and then we've got the 10-year auction a little bit. 10-year auction is a big recession indicator. The 10-year, 2-year yield curve, people always like to watch that. So I'll be careful that doesn't spark some move, but I do think that the market can go down from here. There is evidence that it can go down. That's why I'm only taking it with one contract, just as a runner in case it does rally. The A pluses are down here. They're bounce trades only. And they're bull bounces if I get all the way down into these areas. And that's it. Oops. Other than that, I think that the market is showing potential for some people grabbing up some of the stocks. And Nasdaq's not doing that bad either. It's just the S&P. That selling pressure created a little bit of panic pre-market. I longed up to the top, got out of the way, and just started buying dips on the way down. Now up in here, there is that resistance pressure there, resistance pressure here, resistance pressure here, support pressure here. So that's what we're looking at. I've got long pivots here and long pivots here. People shorting have short pivots there. So this is kind of like the range we're playing in today. Short, long, long. All down in here is super A+. This is like a B setup. Maybe a B+ because resilience is a confluence, but this is like A triple plus. So I've got the best setups. If this guy decides to sell off at the end of the day down in here, it's very unlikely to break 68 and keep falling without an event. So I'd be willing to like let it overshoot and then capture the reclaim and get back in on the long. I never bet against hedge pressure. It's such a strong pivot. All of Wall Street's risk is tied up in that one level. So market maker risk. 788, and we are growing. What's the key to being a 10 out of 10? Are you talking about like how good I look? I'm a 10. Appreciate that. I work out and drink green juice. Now, kidding aside, 10 out of 10 for what? Do I have a 10-point stop loss? For this one, no. This one is different. This one, I'm willing to hold all the way down to the A+ and then dive back in. The fact is that I can fall from 88 to 68 is 20 points on one, which is $1,000. I'm absolutely okay losing $1,000. This account's got 40,000 of fat. So I'm totally okay to hold a runner in case it bumps or to let this fall, be upside down 1,000, and then add 3 more contracts at the high volume pivot. That'll lower my cost basis a quarter of the way up. So it'll lower my cost basis right here to about 76, which is the bull zone bottom, which should be great. So 1 right here plus 3 more right here gives me a cost basis of actually here. I'm totally fine with losing 1,000 on one account. Yep. What's the key to being a 10 out of 10? Me? Oh, shucks. Stop it. When he's a 10, but he doesn't use technical analysis. Like that meme. What's up, y'all? 811 viewers. Wow, you guys. So don't forget, flash sale, MyFundedFutures right now. Flash sale. 40% off. That's incredible, guys. Thank you guys for that awesome sale. Resets, 40% off resets. Okay, 10-year auction in 20 minutes, and we should be basically hanging on for that. Denny Jones. What's up, Denny? ABISSHEK. Abby. Best mod ever. Very nice. I promote MyFundedFutures better than other hosts. Oh, I'm sure everybody's good. I'm just my special breed of energy. I'm your best hype man, though. Take me anywhere. Take me to the bar. I'll hype you up. I'll get your number from that girl. I'm a great hype man. And also, if y'all know iDoc, she's a great hype person, too. She's always hyping me up. Okay. Matt. Thank you, Denny. I love you, bro. All right. So you seem chill like you can win. I think I pretty much am. I'm the more direct, awkward, nerdy of the friends group. So I tend to be like less riz than most people, even though I do have confidence. So I walk up to somebody, look them in the eye and just say, I happen to find you to be very beautiful. And so does my friend. They would like to talk to you, but they're a little shy. You know, once you go over there and say, hey, ooh, he's shy. That's cute. See, look how good I can wing for all of you guys. Although I'm kind of the awkward and direct one. It doesn't work as much, but apparently iDoc fell for my charms. So that works. Girls always like a shy guy. Look at that guy over there. He's too shy to talk to you, though. But you go say, hey, We'll buy you a drink if you ask. And there you go. Look, that's pretty good, right? Thank you. I think iDoc kind of fell for my charms when our first phone conversation was. We were texting. I went to this club. My buddies and I went to one club. We were all wearing tuxes. It was a black tie thing. We actually went to this. Let me start over. It was like Christmas time. We went to this charity gala. We're all wearing tuxedos, and then afterwards we decided to go to this club. We got 2 tables, bottle service, and hookah, and we're smoking hookah at this club. And I'm like with like 20 of my friends, and they're like 20 of his friends. We had this huge party. I'm off to the side texting iDoc because, you know, I was talking about something and I referenced like, yeah, I just like to explore. I think it's about like exploring the city or something. Like, yeah, I like to explore, kind of like Legend of Zelda. I don't know if you play that game, but it's a game where you can just like mindlessly explore. And I just like, she's like, oh, I'm actually playing Legend of Zelda right now. I was like, Tears of the Kingdom? She's like, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. And then we're sitting there. I'm at this club. My buddies are in the back popping champagne. I'm over there having an hour-long conversation about how many heart containers iDoc has in Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. She was like, you know, I don't like that I can't beat Ganon. And I was like, well, how many heart containers do you have? And she goes, 6. And I was like, 6? You've barely played the game. You need at least 20. I've got all 40. I've maxed out. I've maxed out all heart containers, and then I maxed out all my stamina wheels, and then maxed out all heart containers. You can't get all of both, but I got most, I guess, as far as you can go. It's like, you can't beat Ganon with 6. So that was my buddy's like, Matt, get over here. Get off your phone. And I was like, hold on, important stuff. Listen, here's the best places to go get heart containers. You need to grind them out. She's like, can you just do it for me? I'm lazy. And so that was my charisma. Was geeking out for an hour about Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom with iDoc. Speaking of, her and I just got our first Switch 2. It's been 2 years since that conversation. I guess if you can win Zelda, you're definitely a winning trader. Yeah, persistence and patience, man. That was it. That was how I did it. That's you found the one. Yeah. And I was like, basically just like absorbed in my texts. And that was pretty fun. There's a little history there. Six heart containers. Play the game, iDoc. You got to grind it out. It's hard. Again, it wasn't an easy fight. Not in that game. So does code not work for live accounts? Just for resets only, guys. Just for resets only. Okay, so right now I'm holding a long trade. I do have some A+ setups. I know I'm kind of like, let me just put this here. I have A+ setups down here at the orange. Let me move these so you can like not overlap the text here. I'll just keep this right there. Well, let's put this actually here. A lot of pivoting action down here with these A+, and somewhat decent pivoting action here as well. This also an A+. This has confluence with DD ratio greater than half, means stocks are bullish. All of those are good. I just want to thank you guys at MyFundedTV as well. I've been seeing the numbers here grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Yesterday morning, we had the biggest concurrent viewership ever on my stream. And 2 days before that, we had the biggest stream we ever had. So I really appreciate the love and support you guys have given, even me on my stream, as much as you guys have given this community as well. I love seeing this channel grow. These guys have been so cool to us, so cool to me, so cool to you, so cool to our community as well. So I really appreciate you guys. Bullish on streams. Let's go. Okay. Somebody said, don't let the other prop firms fool you. They offer cheap evals, hit you on the back, and with the activation fees, check the math. Yeah. Yeah. 90% off, but $200 activation fees. Yes. At the end of the day, what you want to do is take your total cost that you pay plus activation fee, take the drawdown they give you, and do drawdown to cost ratio. Let me teach you guys a trick when you're comparing prop firms. Here's a cool trick. I always like to give you guys some cool alpha. Let me show you guys a cool trick. All things being equal, you have to value things differently. So you have to value kind of like a couple rules. And let me tell you the value on the surface when you're comparing accounts, at least comparing accounts total. What you're going to do is you're going to go to, let's look at the expert as an example. You're going to take the drawdown that you get, your total drawdown, divided by the cost of the account. Okay, so an example, total drawdown divided by cost. Now, we get a 5% off code, so 5% off at 20 is $26 off of that, so we'll call it $450, whatever. So $450, I'm just estimating how much after the code. Actually, the 5% off will apply universally, so let's just, actually, no, hold on. Let's do it, yeah, $450, $116 off of this, so I'm just gonna estimate 330, and then $10 off of this, so maybe 220. I'm just estimating. I know I'm off by like $3 or $4, but you take the cost of what you spend, and you take the drawdown that you get divided by the cost. This is how you get good value, and I'll tell you some good value. Let's do some math. 2,000 divided by 220. That's 9. For a direct for end of the day drawdown, anything above a 9 is awesome. Anything above an 8 is good. Anything above a 9 is awesome. Anything above a 10 is not really heard of that often. Okay, so 3,000 divided by 330. This is why I like MyFundedFutures. You do this ratio. Go look around. And the other firms take the amount you pay plus the activation fee, and you won't be getting 9s and 10s, I promise you. Okay. Again, this is a 9. And then what is it? 4,500 divided by 450 is a 10. The idea that you get end of the day drawdown, this is the expert, where a drawdown to cost ratio, you get $10 a drawdown for every dollar you put in, is a very high ratio. 10 is perfect. 9 is good. 8 is good. 9 is amazing. 10 is S tier. That's why I say expert's the best accounts out there. Not only is it a 10 on that ratio, there's also no DLL and no activation fee and no consistency rules. That's why this account is the best prop firm account of all prop firms in the entire business, because it has what I call 2 of the 3 triumvirate. The triumvirate are 3 rules that you really care about that affect time and market and consistency. Number 1 is, do you have uncapped payouts, which is what some of the firms offer? This is Matt's triumvirate. Okay. Do you have no DLL? Okay. And no consistency. You will not find a single firm that has all 3 of these things. That firm will blow up in moments. Okay. Okay. Very few of the firms out there no consist. 0 firms will have all 3 of those. Uncapped payouts, no DLL, no consistency. That's too good to be true. It'll probably blow up. But very few firms have 2 of the 3, and MyFundedFutures have 2 of the 3. 2 of the 3 with a ratio of 10 cost to drawdown ratio is why I love that account. That's it. It's a 10-to-1 ratio, which is great after discounts. No DLL, no consistency. It's great. So you're never going to get all 3 with some of the big prop firms. You'll get a mix and match of the 2. They might have a DLL, but uncapped payouts and a consistency rule. So the uncapped payouts typically have a lot of extra rules. So that way, because the payouts are uncapped. So every firm is going to give 1 and take 1, give 2 and take 1. Most of them will give 1 and take 2. MyFunded gives 2 and takes 1. That's amazing of what I call Matt's triumvirate. So when you're looking for prop firms out there, use that ratio, but don't add up. Don't use the 90% off sale price. Make sure you add the activation fee in there, right? Because the $200 90% off is great to buy it for $20, but then when you pay $180 for activation fee, you're back to $200 anyways, right? So anyways, the expert account of MyFundedFutures is great. The difference between Starter and Starter Plus, very simple. Starter has a daily loss limit. So Starter has all of those rules, right? All of the triumvirate. They have DLL, consistency rule when funded, and they have, cap payouts, obviously. So with that being said, that's why it's the cheaper account. You pay a little bit more, you start removing the rules. The Starter Plus, the difference between that and the Starter is actually Starter Plus has no DLL. Great. One of the rules is gone. Also, no consistency on the eval side, on the funded side, which is great. Only on the eval. And then expert gets rid of the consistency in both places. So MyFunded is extremely straightforward with the way they have their rule offerings, which is great. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's pretty much when you guys are valuing prop firms, that's really what you want to look for. And the rules that I think are important, at least for me, and these are rules that are very important to also gauging the cost. That's all things being equal when you're comparing like end of the day account at firm A versus firm B. Now, in general, what are the most important rules out there? Number one is the rules that you need to avoid in general. Okay. The rules you need to avoid are intraday trailing drawdown at all cost. Intraday trailing drawdown is by far the hardest rule ever. It's a rule that punishes you when markets are volatile. It punishes you when you make money and you don't take profit fast enough. You've blown up. Here you've blown up. It's a rule that gives you such a tight window to walk. That's it. And your 90% offs out there with the activation fee hidden at the end of the line is almost always intraday drawdown. It's designed as a cash sweep, and people are going to lose those accounts left and right. I don't touch them with that. You'll never, ever see me trading intraday drawdown accounts. Never. Another thing is time and market. Rule number 2 that you want to look for is an account that, so you don't want intraday trailing drawdown, and you don't want something that has high time and market. I put the word Tim here. Time and market is how long you spend trading. Every day you spend trading is a probability that Trump's going to tweet something and you blow up. So when it comes to an account that gives you fewer days to trade, like there's an account that says, 15 days to pay out versus 20 days to pay out, you may not think a lot about it, but the 15 days is huge. Any extra day you get is huge. If there was an account that said 5 days to pay out versus 4 days to pay out, how much more money would you pay? And I'm gonna quiz the group what you guys think the value is. If some firm was like, we get 5 days to pay out and the other one's like 4 days to pay out, how much more do you think you would pay for one fewer day to your target? That's what I'm going to ask you guys what you think the value is. 10%, 15%, 20% percent basis. I would personally, and this is me, pay double the price for an account that gave me 4 days instead of 5. I would pay, if the account was $100 extra, if it's $100 for 5 and $200 for 4, I'd pay $200 for 4. Every day in the market is a chance you lose the whole thing on one trade, because time and market is the most important rule. The faster you get there, your probability expands exponentially. The probability of you failing a blank account, imagine 50-50. So every day that you have is 1 over 2 to the n, right? So pretend that it's a coin flip. We're going to do the coin flip math, 1 over 2 to the n. Every day that you're there, your odds decrease by a certain factor. So your first day, you have a 50% chance. Your second day is, if you add 2 days, is 25%. So imagine it's like you lose and win and you get one trade to blow up. So pretend that you full port and you either make it to the end or you don't, and there's no consistency. The first day you pass is 50-50. You pass 2 days in a row is 25, 3 days is 12.5, 4 days is 6.25, and then 3%, and then 1 point, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Your odds go down that you blow up in a single trade very quickly on the 1 over 2 to the n rule. So 1 day is huge in the grand scheme of things. The difference between 3 days and 5 days and 6 days are incredibly huge on that rule alone. Now, you're not going to full port and trade all your stuff to win it all and lose it all in 1 day. But the math, that's to demonstrate the math there. Every day is, so if you were actually to graph those numbers, right? It moves like this. Your probability of success is a logarithmic curve almost that goes like this. Or actually, it's more like, I'm sorry, I did that backwards. It's this, sorry, like that. So the difference between like 4 days and 5 days and 6 days and 7 days, et cetera, it's kind of like that. So the value of passing quicker is tremendously huge. So we all understand the math here of 1 over 2 to the n, the coin flip math. Your odds of getting heads 1 day in a row, 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row, 5 days in a row. Now, your trading is not going to be win or lose, win or lose, win or lose, blow up in a single day. But you understand the relationship, you guys? Does that make sense? Do y'all see how everybody here in chat, do y'all get it? Do y'all get it? Do y'all get the role here? Chat, we hearing me? Chat, we hearing me? Maybe there's a delay, I think. Do you see how on the stream your probability drops on the screen? Like where I'm showing you on the screen where it drops? You hear me? Where it drops on the screen like very quickly. God, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this. Y'all got to see, that's what I'm telling you. You got to listen to the lesson. Yeah. See, when I start like cueing you guys, yeah, I'm so obvious that it's coming. All right. Yeah. But yeah, so timing market is very important. I would honestly, the difference between like 3 days to pass and 5 days to pass is huge. I'd pay double the amount for an extra day or two. Now, the difference between 10 days and 15 days, not really that much, right? Your odds are low in both cases. But the difference between like 3, 5, and 10, like right out the start, is kind of that. Like imagine if you have no consistency, and you just rolled the dice 3 times in a row and got lucky 3 times in a row, 12.5% chance of you doing that. And you had no consistency and you had uncapped payouts, you can get a pretty big fat payout like that. So most of the firms, the more uncapped the payout is, the longer they make you trade because your possibility of success goes down like that. So when you're valuing a prop firm, make sure that you get something that doesn't have some wonky trailing drawdown rule that squeezes you when you're winning. Or 2, make sure you can get a payout as quick as you can, and value price accordingly. Something that might be twice as much, you might say, I don't want to trade, I don't want to pay twice as much for that. But you might say, oh, but I get to my payout quicker. There's a lot of value in how quick it takes you to get there. This is the math of these things. So that's just my opinion. And that's why I, of all the prop firms out there, I kind of sided with MyFundedFutures because they have kind of like the best of the best rules and they have an appropriate time in market to get you to your target. So, a lot of the firms are like, they're all different, and there's not talking smack about any other firms, but everybody has their own model. But for you guys, y'all care about an easier path to getting traded, to getting funded. You're not looking for like an uncapped payout of $1 million payout. You want a realistic gain. You want realistic trading, and you're going to find that, especially with the expert accounts. The no consistency rule and the no DLL is awesome. That's why I love them. Yep. All right, you guys. If y'all caught the accounts, usually, let me tell you the hint. All right, everybody take notes right now. This is how it comes. Here, I will give you the formula on how to get your codes. Get ready? Every day on stream, I drop some awesome alpha with an educational lesson. And every day, I lean into hinting at something. And when I usually use the words drop or say the word screen or say, are you guys looking at this? Are you checking this out? And I'm like, are you guys listening? Are you listening? I'm literally like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. That's coming. I always try to cue you guys up. That way, if you're in the bathroom in the other room or something, you can zip up and get back to your computer real quick. So try to be like a little hinty hint at it. That way you guys can grab it. So be on the lookout for me drawing something or dropping mics or drawing a chart that's dropping or saying the market's dropping. I'll usually say there's a secret code. I'll always use something that's a hint. So the goal is you got to pay attention. Yeah. Do I ever trade in Q? I do, yeah. So right now, since I mentioned today that I'm looking for, I have some A+ setups down at the bottom. I grabbed one contract just in case I did get a breakout run and the stocks got better, but they're not. So we have resistance pressure this way. 2 next interrupt, and we have support pressure this way. DD ratio supports confluence here. Stocks are bullish, so bull support is in. Then we have the stocks filling their gap which is the white line being negative, is conflicting signals. So between the two, this is the stronger play. I can be long with the one contract. This is going to be down $1,000 if I get all the way down to here, which is fine. And I'm totally okay with that. Resilience less than 0 means we can fill the gap, but the gap fill goes to here. We have support holding us up. So inside of here, my job is to be as long as I can here and be short up here. And in the middle, I always err to the bull side if the market's bullish, even though I have assumed that I'll take about 1,000 drawdown on this one account, which I'm totally fine with. I'm up big for the day already. That's the account that you see right here at the bottom that was $19 up. Now it's down maybe like $200. That's the only one I'm working on now. If I hit the bottom here, I'm going to hit it in all of my accounts at these A+ setups down here. A++ down here. Yeah. Why would they give away reset codes when they have a special going on for 40 off resets? Well, they give away codes just because we love you guys. Giving away codes just because we love you. Am I going to stay during FOMC hours like last time? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Today's the minute, so it's not going to be much of a... It's just going to be a report that comes out that's going to like generate some kind of activity. Doesn't have a press conference or anything. But yeah, on FOMC, we'll always stay late and stream for you guys. Even if they don't do it here, I always do it on my stream. So yeah. Yeah. So after this show, I'll be doing the minutes on my show. I'll be covering it. Yeah. Thank you. A+ means resting limit orders. A++ just means we have a 90% and a 90% stacked on top of each other. Every plus is a 90%. 90% of days back test under these current conditions on my screen. As long as all these lights are yellow and green, and as long as they have confluence with the indicators, this is greater than half and this is greater than 0. Both of them are true, the yellow one and the green one. Then I've got support here, both with confluence, 90 and 90. So a 90 and 90 is a plus. Very strong support here. And so because I have a tie, I'm in the middle, my job is to basically say, well, I'd like to be long for us to rally at some point in the day. I'd like to see the stock start to move. And let me just long from here. And if the market dips, let me long in 9 other accounts. Hopefully that makes sense. Or 8 other accounts. So I can long in one account here and make the money as it goes up. If the market dips, this one account loses 1,000 and all of these are fresh and ready to go with profit. I can attack it down at the bottom. All right. Yep. So alert, I'm checking confluence and I'm waiting. And so when I get down to here, I'm going to check my confluence. I don't just like ape into the trade like a numbskull. I literally have to look at it and make sure I have confluence every time. No reaction off the bond auction. Yeah, not today. We should have it, but maybe the bond auction's delayed. Let me see. Let me double check my news here. Usually they've been delayed. They don't come out exactly on the hour. They've sometimes been 5 to 10 minutes late. All right, so we have here the 10-year is out, 3 minutes late. Yield 4.36. The last 4.42. So yields are going down. Oh, okay, wow. Yields are going down means the bonds are going up, and 10-year bond note is going up and higher demand on that. Usually means people are starting to move into fixed income from stocks. The market's topping out and people are starting to get more interest in the 10-year note. That's pretty interesting. And that's kind of normal, but it's good to see that there's some demand for the bonds. The bond market's been dying out pretty crazily for the last, since COVID. The bond market's just been devastatingly attacked by everybody, mostly because the inflation's really high. And the way bonds work, see, there's the increase in the bond price. When the yields go down, price goes, this is TLT 20-year, but the 10-year is, let me pull it up, ZN futures, ZN. ZN, correct. Okay. So Treasury bond futures, this is what the bond auction is all about. Actually on a monthly chart, ever since COVID, the high inflation just made nobody want to buy Treasury bonds. Why? Well, bonds pay you a fixed income, right? And imagine that you make Pretend that somebody says, I'm going to give you something and I'll give you a fixed return of 2%. And you go, oh, that sounds great. I get 2%. Very neat. Trades with Jesse. What's up, dude? What's my entry model? I use gamma exposure and volume prediction techniques. So these A pluses you see on my screen, monthly hedge pressure is the maximum gamma of dealer held options against market makers of the underlying stock. So it's basically dealer balance. They're high volume pivots with high probable setups. Bear zone top, bull zone bottom right here. This is called a liquidity pocket. So the market's extremely liquid inside of this area. Let's call it liquidity pocket. So let me kind of draw it for you. Liquid markets usually don't crash when there's no volatility. And so as you see, the liquidity pocket has warded off the selling this morning. Yeah. What validates my entry? Confluence. Okay, so down here at the bottom, liquidity pocket, this and this edge has confluence from this indicator right here. That indicator seesaw greater than half, it's between 0 and 1. That's the confluence to hit it hard. So these I trade every single time, no matter what. With the confluence, I trade them harder. So we call it the DD ratio greater than half. That's my confluence here and here. And then monthly resilience is the net aggregate of all stocks being gamma positive or gamma negative on their monthly options. The S&P and NASDAQ are both gamma positive, which means I bet that the S&P is likely going to remain gamma positive at its own gamma exposure maximum, i.e., when I hit the orange, if the orange is greater than 0, it's confluence for the orange. So green is confluence for the pocket. This orange line is confluence for the orange line. So I use both of them together. I also trade them every single time, even without the confluence. I'll just trade them small. As of right now, if we hit it, I've got the confluence. I'm going to hit it hard. Hopefully that answers your question, Jesse. So here, why the treasury bond has been dying out. So imagine somebody gives you something and says, hey, you buy this thing, I'll give you a 2% return in a year. And you're like, I love 2% return. I'll take it. But then somebody goes, but wait, have you heard of inflation? No, what's inflation? What's that? Well, inflation is where your money loses value, right? Your spending power is not as much. A cup of coffee costs $1 this year and costs $1.02 next year. It costs you 2% more of your labor to buy the cup of coffee if you don't get a 2% raise to go with it. So yes, you get 2% yield, but if there's 2% inflation, you don't make anything. You make money that has no additional spending power. So on paper, in any kind of fixed income return, you're battling inflation. If in X amount of years you get X amount of return, but the inflation is so high that you actually lose money, even though you're making money, then you don't want the treasury, right? Bonds. You don't want to invest in the fixed income instruments. So at the top, before COVID created all that crazy inflation, the bond market just collapsed because nobody wants the fixed income return that doesn't beat inflation. And that's really why we collapse. Now that inflation's coming down, you can have these returns compete with the current inflation rate. So what happens with the treasury bond? So this is treasury note futures on the notes right here. Whenever the demand goes down or price goes down, the yield goes up to attract more buyers. And that's really how it works. So when the treasuries are going up, the yields are going down. It's a more crowded trade. We're going to give you less of a return. The demand is high, we'll give you less. When the demand is low, we'll give you more. And so when it gets low enough, the yield goes up and up and up and up and up to the point that it surpasses inflation to the degree that somebody says, oh, I'll take that. Maybe I'll make 6% and the inflation's 2, I'll net 4, which is great because I only anticipate the S&P moving up 2%. I'll take the fixed income bet, right? And that's kind of what people are doing. And right now, what happened today in the treasury auction is that we're starting to show a little bit of demand in the 10-year note. And we're seeing demand across the board in a lot of the notes. And you can see the demand is represented by the fact that prices are going up, right? The demand is going up, yield will come down. So why is that? Well, because inflation's coming down. And, you know, while we did have a threat of new inflation due to the tariffs, which still kind of, you know, nuked the treasury market since about January to April, you know, as we're getting all the notes on the tariffs coming out, right? We just basically had Trump comes in office and we know the tariffs are going to come. And then, you know, the market's been kind of like, and then we had that April 9th, April 10th, whatever, right before Trump kind of said, well, we're going to come out with trade deals. that kind of bottomed out the treasury market. As you see, we've hit the bottom and now demand is there because inflation is expected to come down and not be as bad because the tariff deals are somewhat better. And that's your little boring ass lesson in treasuries and yields and stuff. I hate talking about it myself. I know it's boring. You guys rather me talk about making big fat gains in the futures. I know, but every once in a while it's important to understand some of that stuff. It's important. I know it's boring. Boring stuff. All right, some of your guys' questions. Trust me, it's useful to know because if people are going into the bond market with their money, there's less people going into the stock market with their money. And usually you can start to see volatility pick up or like, a few more sell-off days here and there. It's just part of it. Checking alert and confluence. Yeah, to answer your questions. Yep. All right. So somebody says bonds and indices move in the same direction. Opposite directions usually. Now, but I wouldn't coordinate them other than the fact that people aren't going to normally invest heavy in one in both. Fixed income is a slower, more guaranteed return. And stock market is more of a riskier return, right? And so usually people will choose to be heavy in one and light in the other like this. So the demand for both of them is like a seesaw. The demand for one is up, the demand for one is usually down, and vice versa. So on days that the bond market's going up, you may see the stock market going down, which we see today, right? Yeah. So my strategy that you see on the screen is based off of a twofold thing. Number one is we have a process called liquidity maps. And what liquidity map does is use options to paint out the landscape of something. And so when I'm trading S&P or NASDAQ futures, I use liquidity maps on SPY and QQQ. This is all algorithmically generated, so it's automated on my charts. And the rules are as follows. If you open on the same side, if you open above blue, you stay above the same side of blue under current conditions 80% of the time, as long as this blue line is above zero. Check. If you open in a bull zone, you close in a bull zone 90% of the time under these conditions. Now, without the confluence, it's more like 70%. But under these confluence conditions, greater than half, check. Liquidity pockets only break. So liquidity pocket is in between bull and bear zone. The market's extremely liquid. It buffers selling there. You only break liquidity pockets roughly 10% of the time from the bull zone. And so therefore another 90% exists here. If the stocks are bullish, etc., right there. So with all of this stacking up, despite the market selling up as hard as it is, I've still got a really strong liquid buffer all inside of here to float the market up, which is why when the market was selling out, I'm still grabbing the longs down there at the bottom. It's just the odds of the market. We needed some really nasty news to crash out, and it would be the rarest of the rare to break all of this. Okay. And that's what I'm doing. And so I basically mirror all these pivots on my futures chart. And this is the S&P, which is pretty clear with a lot of really good support nearby. NASDAQ is here, and its own liquidity map is very clean. It's nice and bullish. Off to the side, you see the little guide here. The market is likely supporting the open, and NASDAQ is supporting the open still right now. If we lose the open, blue's the next pivot, and NASDAQ has a really far drive to its next support. But S&P has support nearby, and they usually will pivot near the same place. So because of that, I've been watching S&P all day. It's the one that's like make or break on the market. So I'm going to wait until I get my really high probable pivots here and take a long if I can. Ooh, baby. When streaming in 15 minutes, but in 15 minutes, I'll be live on my personal stream. I live stream all day, every day. You guys come hang out and continue to watch me live trade there. So I can turn this into hopefully a decent day. I'll share with you guys my P&L. I always like to make sure I am transparent about this. I like to show my P&L and my P&L and my stats. Let me give you guys my monthly stats for July. I haven't had a losing day yet. Knock on wood. In July. Let me show you guys the stats. It'll hopefully be good. All right, so this is the P&L for today. I'm gonna take another screenshot here. These are before I joined the MyFundedFutures team, I've been trading with a couple of firms. I trade with MyFundedFutures, but I also babysit these 5 accounts from another firm. I've always been trading them. I've kept them forever. And since February, since I've started, I've maintained a 71% win rate over the course of 640 trades, which included the, oops, where'd it go? This is from the little automatic trade journaling software that this other firm has. I've always traded. I have MyFundedFutures. I do 3 different ones for 3 different reasons, 3 different goals. But yes, I have a live account with MyFundedFutures, which I love. But I can show you guys that later too. Right here, these are the 5 accounts you see. 71% win rates over the last 5-6 months, whatever it has been. That was through January, February, March, April crash, and April, May, June, July, whatever. I've maintained 70% win rate this year, which is pretty good, I would like to say. If you guys know that I practice what I preach, my live trading is always transparent. Wait, where did that go here? And okay, let me show you guys. There's always a guru or guru out there trying to teach you something or tell you something, but I practice what I preach, and then here's my trading days. Yeah. So all green. That's it. Thank you. But yeah, that's it. What are you guys talking about? Somebody said, wait, well, I'm missing some drama in chat. What are you guys talking about? 500 isn't the top yet. Y'all are talking about something XP. What are y'all talking about? Even the codes announced, you'll someone get it. Especially these codes. I need fast ping network. Y'all talking about the codes. What's XP? I'm missing out. Who are y'all talking about? It's an inside joke. Dang it. I want to be on the inside joke too. Because that's like, I think I was asking questions to me. I was like, I don't understand. I had to scroll up and see what's going on. You get XP when you speak in chat. Oh, is that where the crowns are coming from? I was wondering where the crowns came from. So today's top fans, DH Acquisitions, Veritab, Hugh Mendez, I'm Gonna Trade, and Abhishek, top 5. So if I type in chat, I get XP. Whoa. That's cool. Well, I want a crown. But bonds and indices just move in the same direction. It depends. Like, if it depends on what environment you're in. You're not usually going to see people, like, I wouldn't attribute any kind of relationship between them in a long run. It's very situational when people float from one to the other. Sometimes people may be allocating cash into both at the same time and they'll both go up. Sometimes at the peak of the market or a valley of a market, people will be flip-flopping between the two. So at extremes of the market, they'll move in opposite directions. Sometimes in a nice even bull market with low inflation, you'll see both of them go up. Bonds will go up much slower than the equities market will, but they'll still go up. Yeah. Go Crown. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, look at you guys. Y'all top 5 chatters here. Very cool. And it's now that time again for my browser to crash at noon like it always does. It's so crazy how like clockwork. My browser tab just crashed. Day trading that. Oh, thank you, Mr. Smith with the crowns. Appreciate it, bud. All right. So my one trade is up $50. I'm still chilling on it. I obviously will finish it off on my stream, which will be in about 10 minutes when I get out of here. But in the meantime, you guys have questions for me. I gave you guys my secret formula on how to value a prop firm. And why I tell you guys, I'm not just telling you MyFunded's the best because I'm just saying it. They got 2 of my 3 triumvirate rules and a 10.0 drawdown to cost ratio after discount. It doesn't get much better than that. And that's why their experts are the best. All right. Any more questions you guys have for me or today? Can I do one more code? I think we should do those couple today. But if you guys come to my stream, I'll do giveaways. I think probably in the first hour. So Jesse, yeah. Hey, come over to my stream. I'll show you guys more about what it is we're doing. We've taken gamma exposure like all the way to the next level and created a different style. Gamma exposure, we basically filter out all the options very heavily on a back-end server process that we have that looks for just options that we mathematically determine or correlate to what we believe belong to dealers only, which are zero risk neutralized options trades. Our filtration system's pretty good, and it isolates all of the options activity down to a single pivot for monthlies and a single pivot for weeklies, which is blue and orange lines. We call them hedge pressures. They're very strong pivots. They're volume predictors. When you touch the blue line, there's going to be high volume every time. When you touch the orange line, there's high volume every time. It's the hedging volume. So if you see right here, one of the cool things that we do is we're able to find volume very accurately. There's some volume pivot there. Again, we've been playing at this blue line all day long. There was that dip. There's the blue. A lot of this is just abnormal hedging due to that. And of course, all morning breaking this blue line here, there's the volume. This is what happens is that a maximum gamma exposure is maximum amount of delta hedging, which is maximum amount of volume due to hedging. So it creates a big flow of orders, unusual activity just because of that. Looks like my trade's taken off. $150. Very cool. Looks like I can buy you guys lunch. Why is it MyFundedFutures instead of MFF? Because they had wasn't it MyFunded Forex or something? And FU is futures, I think is the Marcy saying tacos. That's what I kind of want. I want some tacos today. That sounds pretty good. What is hedging? Hedging is when you trade, you have risk on the table in one trade and you trade something else to lower your risk. An example would be if you buy call options and the market goes up, your calls make money. Great. But if somebody sold those call options and the market goes up, then the calls are losing money. But if they sold call options and then bought the stock and the market goes up, then the call options lose money, but the stock makes money. So if you balance it just right, you can sell options with zero risk, and that's what delta hedging is. To buy just the right amount of stock or sell just the right amount of stock or short to balance the risk of the options you've sold based on the Greeks, which is the probability those options expire in the money. Why market makers would care to trade with no risk on the table is because they get paid to just be in the trade. The exchange gives them a couple pennies on the dollar to quote the bid and ask. See the right side of my screen right here? The bid and ask, most of these quotings are all banks. And if you're quoting the bid and ask and you happen to take somebody's trade on the other side, the exchange is like, hey, this guy paid me a commission for $1. I'll give you 3 pennies on the dollar to just fill trades all day. And the banks are like, sure, I'll take trades all day. I'll take your free money. But then they don't take any risks. So when they take a trade, they'll opposite the other side of the trade, right? Hold on a second. That's it. Hedging is when you buy tacos and burritos. No, that's not hedging. That's doubling down on the toilet. They ain't hedging anything. Hedging would be buying tacos and then buying Pepto-Bismol. That's hedging your bets right there. That's full porting, dude, when you go tacos and burritos. Literally full porting. I hung up on you. Well, I had to. I have to do the stream. That was another business loan calls. I swear I get calls like a million times a day for, I'd like to speak to the business owner. My name is Steve Jones from Chicago. No, it's not like Chicago to me. But the caller ID always says something like, they've gotten so crazy. The caller ID will literally say like Memorial Hermann Hospital. And this makes me so angry because when the hospital is calling you, you have to answer every time because it could be someone you care about in the hospital. And the Memorial Hermann's calling me. Every time my heart's racing, I'm like, oh my God, is my mom okay? And then I'm like, hi, I'd like to speak to the business owner. This is Bob Smith from Albuquerque. Hell on, get the heck out of here. Yeah, the spoofing is crazy. The idea that it's like feigning an emergency from a hospital, that's a next level degenerate. Oh my gosh. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, is IDOC okay? Yeah. Anywho, guys, today's trade's pretty good. Obviously, I'm up for the day. I'm still waiting to see. Like I said, I've had a winning streak. I've had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no trading Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today is Thursday. I'm on a 7-day winning streak, which is great. Actually, I think I was still winning in June. Let me see what actually winning streak that I'm on. On June, when was my last losing day? Oh, shoot. I haven't lost since Friday, June the 20th. So I am on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-day winning streak. So my last losing day was the 20th of June. That's crazy. Knock on wood. So that's been pretty nice. I didn't even go back and look at June. I've been very lucky. I've been longing the market, and it's been very fruitful. And of course, the market's been doing this for the last, couple weeks. It'll be good. All right, guys. I will be live on my own stream. Let me actually, before I get out of here, let me give you all the link for that. And it's time to, oops. Over here with the lovely folks at MyFundedTV. You guys are family. We love you to death. Appreciate you guys joining our family here. And also my friends from the Rocket Scooter stream. Let me actually set this up. I'll give you all the link really quick. I will be live for the rest of the day covering FOMC and everything else. But unfortunately, it is closing time, which means you don't have to go home. But you can't stay here because we're going to get out of here. But thanks for tuning in. Like we do giveaways every single day. We love y'all. Thank you for your support, MyFundedFutures. Remember, we have the flash sale still going on for about another 30 minutes for your 40% off of resets up to 3 times. Check it out. In the meantime, here is the link to my stream. I will be live finishing up the afternoon. This is day 12, I guess, of my winning streak. We'll see if I can keep this going. Link is posted in chat. Spamming it right now. Hopefully I get a crown from all the spam. Chatting it up. Well, then I get timed out there. But we'll see you guys later. And thanks for being here. I love you guys. So hit that link in chat. Follow me over there. We'll all be trading live today. I'm finishing up. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ice.